Good morning. I'm very glad that you're here. I'm very glad to see everyone and very glad to hear all those words of support that you are joining in support of Ukraine. But I would like to ask you for two things. The first is don't be shy and don't be proud. Don't be too proud to ask Ukraine to share our experience. No one can deny that we have the experience of waging a modern type war. We can tell you how you can hone your arms, how you should precise your weapons, how you should build fortifications. No doctrine is working anymore. Don't think that while we are going and asking for help, well, we are not very proud. We are fighting for our survival. We have to do this. We constantly say, we even sometimes beg, help us, but this does not make us weaker or less valuable. So let's share experience, exchange experience, and develop. Another thing that I wanted to ask for is to think not to care too much about the pensions of your population now. Please think about raising your military and defense capacities and potential. Unite. If you are not strong today, you will have to think about how you will pay pensions to such young boys like I am. This is not a very pleasant prospect, so please become stronger, and this will be better for us as well, because you are our partners, and Russians will understand that they are in a critical situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dmytro. Kristina Boychuk, can we hear from you?
Thank you. It's very important for me and soldiers from front line to be there and understand that the world continue to support us. I have only explained three important words for me. It's words death, war, and life. Death. We are here today because the best of us fallen for our shared right to a free life. Memory in the least we can preserve. Let us honor with a moment of silence all those who have perished as a result of Russia's armed aggression. Thank you. Second words, it's war. During the battles for the town Rubizhne in east of Ukraine, I realized for the first time what changes I need to undergo, not only to survive, but most importantly to protect my units. I mastered an entirely new and previously unfamiliar technical tool provided by our partners. Together with me, this tool also transformed. The world has changed. To survive in the world, you must change. And second words, it's life. While carrying out a mission near the settlements of Makiyivka since 6 months ago, my comrade, seasoned warrior, was died. He had mastered a civilian IT specialization, but when Russia invaded Ukraine, he returned from Mexico and joined our unit. 3 months after his death, his daughter was born. The life of this little girl is the most precious thing we have. all of us, it is our responsibility. We are obligated to protect it. Life will triumph our death. Light our darkness. Slava Ukraini!
Glory to Ukraine.
And can we hear from Daniel Salem?
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank everyone here and everyone who's helping and everyone who's fighting with each and every word that has been spoken here. I just wanted to tell you a story, a simple story. I want you to imagine a close-range fight that we've been in summer of 22, Passat Pokrovsk. We've been 8 of us. After 4 hours of fighting, the fire was seized for maybe an hour. And we're stuck in the trench. And as you can see, I'm always hungry. And I really wanted to eat. And from out of nowhere, Passat Pokrovsk is a little village. It's not little, it's actually vast. It was a beautiful village. It had a lot of houses, cows. And from out of nowhere comes a little boy. He was wearing a Real Madrid shirt. He was with no shoes, dirty feet, and happy big eyes. It maybe sounds right now like a story from a movie, but it happened. He ran out to us, and he didn't say anything except like, "You want to eat?" And we looked at each other. I looked at my fellow man. I looked at him and said, "Yeah." He ran and went to his house. It was maybe, 100 meters from us. He went back with bread. He said, "I didn't ask you if you want to drink something." I said, "What do you have?" He said, "Fresh milk." I said, "Yeah." He went back. He got us milk. It was the best breakfast I ever had in my life. His eyes were so happy that he thought, he looked at us as the heroes. He looked at something really grateful. He saw the uniform, he saw the guns, he saw how fearlessly we were fighting, and the fight was near his house. His family was in the house. And after we said goodbye, he went, "Okay, I gotta go. I gotta help my mom." He went back to the house. And I think it took 5 minutes. Tanks arrived. And the only thing I remember is that the house was destroyed with the families of his family inside. And I'm certain the boy died. And I thought to myself, do we do enough? Do we all do enough? Did we fail as his heroes? I just want you to understand, and I think we do all understand, that these paid firearmed people from Russia, tomorrow they'll get their vacations. And maybe they'll get their families and go to your countries. These people who were killing our children are sitting in cafes in Spain, France, Poland, Finland. The killers and murderers are closer to you as you think. They're not somewhere. They're in your countries. We're letting them in. We're opening the doors for them. That's it. Slava Ukraini.
You know, at this point, I think it is 87 countries around the world that have condemned Russia's aggression. And people often say, well, where is the global south? Well, you know, as you can tell by that number, a large number of countries in the global south have actually condemned the Russian aggression. And one of those countries is represented here today, the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I thought I would ask the Vice President, Vice Prime Minister, Vice Prime Minister Masudi, to say a few words to close this out for us.
Unfortunately, I will speak in English. I have someone to translate it. I will speak in French, please. Je vais parler en français. Je voudrais d'abord honorer la mémoire de tous les Ukrainiens qui sont tombés au combat.
I first would like here to honor the life of all the Ukrainian people who fight for this war.
Parce qu'il faut toujours se battre pour quelque chose, mais pour l'intégrité de son pays, on ne peut pas hésiter à se battre pour ça.
Because we all have subject to fight for, but for the sovereignty of her own country, it's a good reason and the strongest reason to fight.
Je voudrais aussi saluer la mémoire de tous les héros qui sont vivants, qui continuent à se battre pour l'intégrité de leur pays, les militaires ukrainiens, la population ukrainienne.
And I really have a good thought here for all the heroes that are fighting nowadays, for Ukrainian soldiers, for civil Ukrainian people too.
Au nom du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo et aussi de son président de la République qui a été ici à Davos, je voudrais dire au peuple ukrainien, à tous les 87 pays qui les soutiennent, que la RDC vit la même situation.
On the name of my government of Democratic Republic of Congo and of the name of our president that was here until yesterday, I really would like to bring my support to the 87 countries that are really supporting Ukraine and remaining that our country is having the same difficulties.
Il y a aujourd'hui presque 10 millions de morts en Ukraine. Il y a 10 000 morts plutôt en Ukraine. Il y a plus de 6 millions de morts en République démocratique du Congo.
Today there are more than 10,000 people who died in Ukraine, and on the same time in DRC there are more than 6 million people that are dead.
Les femmes enceintes, les personnes vivant avec handicap, les personnes de troisième âge, les enfants, c'est un peuple qui est en train de déambuler dans tous les pays. Aujourd'hui, même au moment où je vous parle, les bombes sont en train d'être larguées en République démocratique du Congo.
Pregnant women, handicapped persons, children, all of them are really having a hard time now with the war that is handling now in our country. And the moment that we are speaking, bombs are being released in the rest of the country.
La population congolaise souffre tout simplement parce qu'elle regorge de beaucoup de ressources naturelles, minières et forestières.
Congolese people are really suffering for this war for one reason, because they are really having a lot of natural resources on their soil.
Nous sommes dans une situation actuelle de réchauffement de la planète où la République démocratique du Congo se présente comme pays solution face à la crise climatique.
Nowadays, with the climate change and all the difficulty that we have on this area, DRC is really positioning itself as a country of solutions.
Et ça ne vient pas de moi, ça vient de l'Union européenne qui aujourd'hui a un projet ambitieux en République démocratique du Congo avec la Tour Afrique qui a prouvé que le bassin du Congo constitue aujourd'hui le premier poumon du monde face au réchauffement de la planète.
And this is coming from the European Union that have a really strong project in DRC that is really showing that DRC is really the lung of the planet for
le bassin du Congo dans son ensemble, c'est le premier poumon du monde.
Congo Basin is the first lung on the planet.
Et la RDC a plus de 62% des forêts tropicales humides qui sauvent aujourd'hui l'humanité en absorbant toutes les pollutions du monde, 24 000 gigatonnes par an.
And DRC has now 62% of tropical forests that are today is absorbing all the pollution of the world, more than 24,000 gigatons per year.
Aujourd'hui, tout le monde a le téléphone. Il y a le satellite, il y a les nouvelles technologies de l'information et des communications. On parle de la transition énergétique. C'est la République démocratique du Congo qui regorge plus de 60% des produits, des matières critiques qui aident l'humanité à aller vers la transition énergétique et les nouvelles technologies de l'information et des communications.
Today we are all holding and having phones. We are working with technological information, satellites. All these elements have huge materials that are coming from DRC. 60% of everything that you have on your phone comes from our countries.
La différence entre nous et l'Ukraine actuellement est que un tel breakfast donne de la force à la population ukrainienne de savoir que nous sommes soutenus quoi qu'il y a des problèmes.
The difference between Ukraine and us is that with holding such breakfasts and such events, Ukraine had the strength to see and to know that they have people with them.
Malheureusement pour la République démocratique du Congo, quoique nous sommes en train de sauver le monde du point de vue de l'humanité, d'être le poumon mondial, et du point de vue des nouvelles technologies de l'information et des communications, nous ne sentons pas l'appui du monde. Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
We're going to have to close.
Unfortunately, on DRC side, despite that we are the solution in terms of climate change, and despite the fact that we have all these natural resources, we doesn't feel really this help for the world. What is happening?
Autant la Russie est condamnée, autant nous demandons que le Rwanda soit condamné, parce que les 87 pays qui soutiennent l'Ukraine sont capables de terminer la guerre dans le bassin du Congo, de terminer la guerre dans le Grand Lac en République démocratique du Congo.
As Russia is now being called as not a good country, following all these things, we are really now requesting that in the same time, Rwanda is being held responsible for everything that is happening.
With that request that you make and very eloquently made, I am going to have to close because we do have to maintain the time and we do have to close the meeting. Madam Vice President, thank you so much. I just want to close with one thought, which is we've heard a lot today about the determination of the democracies of the world to support Ukraine. And I think it's important to remember how important that is, because democracy's enemies always assume that they can outlast the democracies. And that is their key strength, has always been the idea that the democracies will flag and falter and fail over time, but they can stay strong. The truth is, history doesn't bear that out. Hitler believed he was building a 1,000-year Reich, and it lasted not even 15 years. The Soviet Union always believed that it was going to outlast the West, but it turned out that the West outlasted the Soviet Union. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda used to say that Islamic fundamentalism would win because, in the phrase they used, you have the watches, but we have the time. But look at all those three movements and look at the West. We bicker a lot, we disagree amongst each other, we have open disagreements, but at the end of the day, there is an extraordinary staying power in the democracies of the West. And I would just want us all to remember that strength and to remember that as long as we keep our eyes focused on the North Star, which is to continue to support Ukraine, we will outlast this next form of evil as we have so many before. Thank you all so much, and as always, thank you, Victor.
Good morning. My name is Mark Vlasic. I split time between teaching at Georgetown, private practice, and TV producing in Hollywood. But the reason I'm here today is to invite a special guest from the Vatican to deliver a special message from the Holy Father, Pope Francis. Cardinal Peter Turkson is from Ghana. He is the Chancellor of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. But prior to that, he was president of the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace and the inaugural prefect of the Vatican's dicastery for promoting integral human development. Most importantly, I've known him for about a decade, and I first met him at a conference in Rome hosted by the Vatican and by a Dutch ambassador to the Holy See, Prince Jaime, on a special session on the economy according to Pope Francis for family businesses. So I can think of no better person to deliver this special message from the Holy Father than Cardinal Turkson, who's been working on these issues for so long. Your Eminence, the floor is yours. Grazie.
So thank you for everything that you've said. So as you know, some of you, or all of you may know, Pope Francis does receive invites from Professor Schwab to attend the World Economic Forum. And for very many reasons, he's not able to do this, but he always tries to send a message that I feel privileged always to bring to this forum. So yesterday in the evening, I presented the message to Professor Schwab. And after that, kind of received this permission from him to also present it to the public, because the message was addressed to the chairman of the World Economic Forum, and that's what it was. So I'm reading the message that I delivered yesterday to Professor Schwab. So it says, message of His Holiness Pope Francis to the chairman of the World Economic Forum on the occasion of the annual gathering in Davos Cloisters on the 20th to the 24th of January 2025. The theme of this year's annual meeting of the World Economic Forum, Collaboration for the Intelligent Age, provides a good opportunity to reflect on artificial intelligence as a tool, not only for cooperation, but also to bring people together. The Christian tradition regards the gift of intelligence as an essential aspect of the human person created in the image of God. At the same time, the Catholic Church has always been a protagonist and a supporter of the advancement of science, technology, the arts, and other forms of human endeavors of science and technology, considering them to be areas of collaboration of man and woman with God in perfecting the visible creation. AI is intended to imitate the human intelligence that designed it, thus posing a unique set of questions and challenges. Unlike many other human inventions, AI is trained on the results of human creativity, which enables it to generate new artifacts with a skill, level, and speed that often rival or surpasses human capabilities, raising critical concerns about its impact on humanity's role in the world. Furthermore, the results that AI can produce are almost indistinguishable from those of human beings, raising questions about its effect on the growing crisis of truth in the public forum. Moreover, this technology is designed to learn and to make certain choices autonomously, adapting to new situations and providing answers not foreseen by its programmers, thus raising fundamental questions about ethical responsibility, human safety, and the broader implications of these developments for society. While AI is an extraordinary technological achievement capable of imitating certain outputs associated with human intelligence, this technology makes a technical choice among several possibilities based either on well-defined criteria or on statistical inferences. Human beings, however, not only choose, but in their hearts are capable also of deciding. Indeed, the very use of the word intelligence in connection with artificial intelligence is a misnomer. Since AI is not an artificial form of human intelligence, rather it's a product of human intelligence. When used correctly, AI assists the human person in fulfilling his or her vocation in freedom and responsibility. As with all other human activity and technological development, AI must be ordered to the human person and become part of efforts to achieve greater justice, more extensive fraternity, and a more humane order of social relations, which are more valuable than advances in the technical field. So there is, however, the risk that AI will be used to advance the technocratic paradigm, which perceives all the world's problems as solvable through technological means alone. Within this paradigm, human dignity and fraternity are frequently subordinated in the pursuit of efficiency, as though reality, goodness, and truth inherently emanate from technological and economic power. Yet human dignity must never be violated for the sake of efficiency. Technological development that does not improve life for everyone, but instead creates worsen inequalities and conflicts, cannot be called true progress. For this reason, AI should be placed at the service of a healthier, more human, more social, and more integral development. Progress marked by the dawn of AI calls for a rediscovery of the importance of community and a renewed commitment to care for a common home entrusted to us by God. To navigate the complexities of AI, governments and businesses must exercise due diligence and vigilance. They must critically evaluate the individual applications of AI in particular contexts in order to determine whether its use promotes human dignity, the vocation of the human person, and the common good. As with many technologies, the effects of the various uses of AI may not always be predictable from their inception. As the application of AI and the social impact become clearer over time, appropriate responses should be made at all levels of society according to the principle of subsidiarity with individual users, families, civil society, corporations, institutions, governments, and international organizations working at their proper levels to ensure that AI is directed to the good of all. Today, there are significant challenges and opportunities when AI is placed within a framework of relational intelligence, where everyone shares responsibility for the integral well-being of others. With these sentiments, I offer my prayerful good wishes for the deliberations of the forum and upon all taking part in it, and I willingly invoke an abundance of divine blessings on all. Signed in the Vatican on the 14th of January, 2025. Pope Francis.
Thank you so much, Your Eminence. That's a beautiful message and something we can all bring back to our home countries and to our, indeed, our families, our human family. We have time for some questions here from the audience. Do we have any questions to start off the morning? Well, let me kick off with the first question, Your Eminence. This message was a beautiful message. It does not come out of nowhere. The Holy Father, the Holy See, the Vatican, you have been working on these issues for some time, whether it be AI or human fraternity. Can you tell us a bit about the journey that the Vatican and you and the Holy Father have had on these intersecting paths that we see here in Davos, whether it be human fraternity, bringing people together, Laudato Si, the importance of care for our human family, our human planet, and of course on these issues on AI.
Yeah. Thanks, Flasik, and I think this probably is all to be related and inserted within the very basic question or issue about even why the Vatican is interested in a forum like this, or bringing economists and all business people together. You know, for a long time, since the 1960s, when the Church held its biggest meeting, the Second Vatican Council, the sense was greatly expressed that the Church should stay closer and closer to humanity, to human society and all, and get interested also in engaging with society about all its challenges and everything. AI at this point in human history happens to be one of these. And just as the Church is so making a reference to the office, I come from Ghana, the office I was invited to the Vatican to handle, it's all about social issues. It's sometimes about economics, it's about finance, it's about ecology, it's about, refugees and migrants and all of this. So all of them just is simply this, that the well-being of the human person must be sought after in all situations and under all conditions. And that also means that where there was a perceived threat or whatever, something to look at. So since my presence in the Vatican, we've done this. We looked at economics and how it serves the well-being. And so we came, Pope Francis, challenged a lot of young people all around the world to come together to figure out the new economics that satisfies the well-being of all of people. So we call it the economy of Pope Francis. Then environment. When right from the first day of his, of his election as a pope, his concern was about ecology. And he invited all of us to exercise custody of creation and well-being of creation and all. And then he came out with this encyclical, Laudato Si, our care for our common home. So with that, again, we felt challenged to also recognize that the world belongs not only to us. We should show some intergenerational solidarity. We inherited this. We need to pass this on, and we cannot deplete it all and pass it on to those who come after us as a desert. So the challenge is also there to be judicious in our use of the resources of the earth so that those who come after us can also benefit. And now it is artificial intelligence. And so the challenge again is, this is a good technology that has been developed, but it's called artificial intelligence. And the first thing is, note that calling this artificial intelligence does not mean that there's an artificial form of human intelligence. That does not exist. Okay, so we call it artificial intelligence simply to draw attention to the fact that it does functions that human intelligence is also able to do. But essentially, it's a product of human intelligence. And once when I ask somebody, for example, about the fact that the brain of the human person with neurons, also work with electrical charges, electrical whatever. So why is it that the same thing now, working whatever, has a bigger speed and all? And the answer I got was that because the human brain has a lot of challenges which slow down the speed of whatever electrical charges can be doing in the brain, concern for others, health, the health condition of human cells and all of that. So we have this technology which enables us to do a lot of things far faster than the human person can do, and so it becomes essentially a tool. And as a tool in our hands, we need to ensure that it serves the well-being of the human person, does not attenuate its own objectives, but promote it all. So that's the point of the message.
Thank you so much, Your Eminence. Other questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Wait, hold 1 second for the microphone. Thank you.
I'm concerned that artificial intelligence is a way to have less human intelligence and less spiritual intelligence.
Come again, please.
Less spiritual intelligence. And I'm concerned by this fascination for a machine that would be intelligent, even superior to us, even superior to the mystery of life that we are living, you know. So I'm concerned, and I wonder to which extent you can help us address these concerns, not just like praise artificial intelligence and put it everywhere to spend even more energy and to be even more stupid in the way we live together. So can you help me?
So I think the first point is that artificial intelligence is not superior to human intelligence. First thing is to collocate this correctly. And as I said, we call it artificial intelligence. It does not mean that this is an artificial form of human intelligence. That's not what this is. Okay, it does a function of the human intelligence in a way that is faster than the human intelligence does, but it does not replace it. Okay, and so it's the ideal situation is to consider this essentially as a tool. It was created by the human intelligence. It's human beings who created AI. So it's a product of human intelligence, which, however, does not intend to replace human intelligence. And in its function also shows some limitations that human intelligence has. A generative AI and all of that can make choices, but it does not decide. To decide is to be able to take options, consider moral implications, and decide for this or for that. That is not yet possible for AI. That's why it does not quite replace the function of human intelligence. It's a tool that facilitates certain functions of a human intelligence in a faster way. So that's the thing about the fact that it's intrusive in character, goes into all forms of human life and all of that, and different applications and all of that. The euphoria of having this tool in their hands is to be seen everywhere. It's almost like a child having a new toy, right? So the euphoria of it is discernible. But that's also why here in this forum, there are a lot of groups also discussing how to use it well, so that the human person does not become enslaved to this, but rather is enabled to use this to enhance humanity, to enhance the human person and his goals. So this is the challenge. And therefore, incidentally, this is the message that the Pope addressed to Davos. Last year, in 2024, the Pope came out with another message for peace in the world. That also was related to artificial intelligence and the way that it can promote peace in the world or diminish or whatever peace in the world. So it's used, for example, in an autonomous weapon system. Okay, all of that does not promote peace, but it's possible. It can be used that way. Okay, so all the challenges were drawn up. In an event of election, AI can interfere and manipulate even votes that are cast in elections. So its use is needs a lot of control and guidance from the human society, and that's why the EU is formulating regulations about the use of artificial intelligence. The Vatican itself has also come up with guidelines about the use of artificial intelligence in the Vatican state. So it all requires the guidance of authorities in our society and the world to ensure that it enhances human dignity and human personality and does not diminish it. Does that help you?
Other questions from the audience? As you think of other questions, maybe I'll come in with a follow-up question, Your Eminence. We are approaching the anniversary of the Holy Father's encyclical focused on the human family. I'd love for you to reflect on the Pope's teachings, his messages on human fraternity, and how you reflect on these messages as we all here gather in Davos from all around the world, from many different faith traditions, and maybe many backgrounds from this beautiful planet of ours.
Yeah, so this encyclical I think you referred to has the title Fratelli Tutti, brothers we all are, as it were. And so basically, properly put, to be brothers and sisters we all are. So it doesn't leave out any gender, anybody out of this. So yes, it's an encyclical the Pope came out with, and the focus of that is to appeal to a bond that exists between all of us. So the Pope writing this as a Christian, so Catholic and a Christian, one cannot help but recognize the origin of this. I mean, when in the book of Genesis, for example, the message is that Eve was the mother of all human beings. That just means that the human race has one origin. And when that is the case, then it's not likely that the human population in their diversity, having one origin, have different dignities or different characters. So that would just suggest that human fraternity is a bond that we have from the beginning. That, coming from one origin, so Adam and Eve in that sense, all of us in a way have this bond, this fraternal bond from birth. So the emphasis is on that. This also means that two people cannot come from the same womb and have different dignities. So all human, we have this in the United Nations Charter about all men are whatever. But what is the origin of it? Why can anybody or does anybody affirm that dignity is something that belongs to all? And this probably, if you want, form of expression in the Bible, there is a kind of an answer produced. If we all from the same womb, then clearly we all have the same dignity, the same fraternity bound to us. So the universal fraternity which the Pope affirmed is to draw attention to something that exists and which must become a consideration that we hold in everything that we do. If we are brothers, killing of another human being is a fratricide. It's not just homicide. It's fratricide. You're killing a brother. So it's an act, therefore, that diminishes our own, a sense of human beings, whatever. So it's an appeal to a value, a concept that enables us to rethink a whole lot of issues, a lot of our relational patterns and all of, to just make us just conform. So it brings us together, and it's not only the writing of this encyclical that the Pope did, he followed this up with a gesture, a concrete gesture. That's when, true to the name that he took, St. Francis, who in the Middle Ages, in the midst of a war, crossed the border, across the frontier, to go meet the Sultan, Islamic Sultan, to kind of establish relations. So Pope Francis went out of the way to also meet the Muslims in Abu Dhabi. And he met the Grand Imam of Egypt, Al-Azhar University. And there, the two of them signed a document about the same universal fraternity, inviting all to come on board with this recognition that we all belong together because there's a bond of fraternity that unites us. And in that sense, if I may drop a provocative thing, if all of this is true, then my way of looking at things would be, yes, we may all believe in God, but then we come to believe in the human person as a brotherly entity before we even come to religion. And so religion should serve to promote this fraternity and not diminish it. And so when we have the strange case of, people causing violence to one another in the name of religion, it's an abuse of what we are. Okay, so the equation for me is not God, religion, and a human person. No, it's the other way around, because religion is a product of the human person's experience of divinity. That's what produces religion. So first we have God, we have the human person, and then we have religion. And therefore, the real function of religion then must serve to promote the well-being of our common brotherhood, a common person, and all. Does that help?
I think that's beautiful, and I think one of the things you see from the Pope Francis's teachings is this overwhelming sense of hope.
Yeah.
And that's a message you clearly bring here to the World Economic Forum. This is a special year, a special Jubilee year. Indeed, it's a Jubilee of hope, very much connecting these past encyclicals and statements by the Holy Father. I think part of that hope also applies to unlawful detainees and folks facing justice and challenges. Could you share a bit about the special Jubilee year and this message of hope?
Incidentally, yesterday when we presented this message to Professor Schwab, the title under which we were all invited here to the World Economic Forum was Collaboration, in dealing with artificial intelligence. But Professor Schwab, since we got here in the first day or first meeting he had with the civil society leaders, came out with some other thing, which is optimism. Okay, so he's talking about calculated optimism as the thing. And wherever he's been to, he's talked about this optimism. So yesterday when we met, I said, I think we can relate the two. So coming with this Jubilee year of hope and optimism, the two belong together. And so I said, therefore, we can promote this optimism that you have and you talk about with our pursuit of this Jubilee of hope. Okay, the hope which does not, in the Christian sense, which does not disappoint, which does not, leave us halfway, just draws our attention to the future, opens up to new possibilities, and the sense of this crafted in the Jubilee year is the fact that Jubilee celebration in Scripture and history has always been an occasion to offer people a new lease on life. If you were a slave before, go free. Start all over again. Whatever you were before, when the Jubilee year comes, you are enabled to start all afresh. So you have a new lease, a new opportunity to do things. Debts are forgiven. Slaves are set free. People have a new possibility of beginning afresh in society. And this, you cannot have any concrete form of experiential hope than this. So start afresh. Aim at a new thing, become something different than something else than what you were in the past. And this is the optimism of hope, which I think the professor expresses in this forum, and which we think with our celebration of the Jubilee year, we can support, undergird, and push forward.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful message, linking this constructive optimism from Professor Schwab and, of course, the Holy Father's message of hope. Do you have any last thoughts you'd like to share with this room as we close out this session?
I think I would defer to you if you have any last thoughts. No, but I think so we've been some other. I think we've been. Go ahead.
You talked about guidance. We know that technology is growing at an exponential rate, and often, like with social media companies, we don't have the regulations yet in place to provide the guidance that's required. So the technology is growing at a faster pace than we can know how to really use it or be safe with using it. Do you think the Church, the Vatican, or even other spiritual bodies and leaders can have a role to play in providing that guidance? Like you mentioned that in the Vatican you have already guidance of your own.
Yeah, so yes, already last year in January, as I mentioned, at the beginning of every year, the Holy See comes out with a message which he calls Message for the World Day of Peace. Okay, so it's a message whose content is meant, as it were, at the beginning of the year to provide guidelines or suggestions for how people can make the year a peaceful year. And last year was about artificial intelligence. And it makes the affirmation that artificial intelligence is a piece of technology. It's a product of technology. And incidentally, in other areas of human invention and technological development, there's something that the Pope Francis calls technocratic paradigm. Technocratic paradigm is an expression which he refers to and uses to express the fact that there is the tendency for several people that you can deal with every situation and solve every problem with technology. And that, he says, is false. You cannot, with technology, deal with every situation because there are aspects of the human person which exceed and supersede technological applications. So he says he hopes that the artificial intelligence will not become another technological paradigm. People believing that with this they can deal with almost every situation in life. Say it's not quite true. So that's the first caution. The first caution then is about that. And then he goes on then to say, therefore, recognize the concrete forms which this can be. And the concrete form, again, is what I observed a short while ago, is looking at the name artificial intelligence. And to disabuse people's minds of the fact that artificial intelligence does not mean an artificial form of human intelligence. Artificial intelligence is just a tool created by human intelligence and requires the guidance always of the human intelligence to promote humanity, because humanity, with its endowed intelligence from creation or from the beginning, is to enable itself to live humanly and to live as a human person or whatever. So every tool that it creates is meant to enhance the living of human life in all its fullness. And that is the recommendation that's also made for artificial intelligence. So you talk about guidelines. Therefore, what guidelines can one have? I know EU is working on guidelines. The Vatican has set up its own guidelines for its Vatican territory, and so presents that as a help for other groups. And when the G20 was meeting in Puglia in Italy a few months ago, the Pope went over there and spilled some of these points of his guidance, okay, to direct whatever. So it's like the Pope not imposing, but gently suggesting, giving guidelines or suggestion points of consideration to whatever nations. This is a very gentle way of doing this. When we ourselves in the Pontifical Academy of the Sciences organized an event on artificial intelligence and the Anthropocene, we had a participant from MIT, okay, and an AI specialist, and his thing was bluntly, since in the years when we had cloning and cloning became possible, the world community came together and said, do not clone human beings. And that was accepted as a principle, and nobody has ever gone beyond that. So because that was perceived to be a clear threat to humanity, so the world came together and accepted that. So the guy said, why can we not do the same for artificial intelligence? The World Committee come together and set some red lines which, the experimentation of this may not cross. So we're trying to, suggest all of this out there.
Your Eminence, it looks like we are running out of time, but on behalf of everyone here in this room and everyone here in Davos, I want to thank you for your time. I would ask you that you pass on our collective thanks to the Holy Father for this beautiful message, for this sense of hope, and indeed for the special Jubilee year. I know myself and so many here are looking forward to our visits to Rome. Thank you so much. Grazie.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming. Thank you. Okay. We can put this back on, right?
Welcome, everybody, to this panel session. And our Ukrainian panelists were pointing out that, perhaps surprisingly, this is the only session dedicated, apart from the special address by President Zelensky, is the only session dedicated to Ukraine. So I think Bloomberg is glad to be hosting it. I'm Stephanie Flanders, Head of Economics and Government. We have a lot to cover. I will quickly just introduce the panelists, and then we will get on with it. Starting from my left, Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament, Edgar Rinkevich, President of Latvia, Yulia Svidenko, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy for Ukraine, and next to her, Andrei Sybiha, who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ukraine, Jean-Noël Barrot, the French Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, and Radek Sikorski, Foreign Minister for Poland. The way ahead for Ukraine is the title. The incoming president, who has been such a presence here without being present, had a post, I think early this morning or late last night, on this subject. Let's get this war, which never would have started if I were president, over with. We can do it the easy way or the hard way, and the easy way is always better. It's time to make a deal. If we don't make a deal, and soon, I have no other choice than to put high levels of taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on anything being sold by Russia to the United States. Minister Andrei Sybiha, is that the way forward?
See, we welcome such strong messages from the President Trump. Hello to everybody. Good morning. So, it was really strong message and strong signal. We need to increase pressure on Russia and to force Russia to negotiate. We need USA leadership. We need more engagement of USA. That's the one point. Another point, we need to raise the price for Russia for further aggression. We need to weaken Russia, for example, by strong sanction policy. And the third point, to strengthen Ukraine. We need this deterrence package to stabilize situation, firstly, as a battlefield, to strengthen our military defense capacities, and we are ready to do our homework. So we do really welcome such strong messages from the President Trump, and we believe that he will be the winner, and we believe that we have an additional chance to get new dynamic in diplomatic efforts to end this war and to achieve long-lasting, just and comprehensive peace.
President Rinkevich, is that, what are the contours of a deal? What are we looking at? Or should we even be talking about a deal as opposed to stopping the fighting as the main priority?
Well, I think that we are not even close to any kind of real discussion about the deal. We have the idea that we need to have a political process. But I think that at this point, what we see is that we have been always talking that Ukraine needs to sit at the table, but the problem is that Russia is not willing to sit at the table. And I think that last night's statement from President Trump shows that I think everyone starts to realize that without Russia acknowledging that it must sit at the table and start talking, there is not going to be any process. But when it comes to the strategy, I still believe that before we are going to start any political process, we will go through not the hard, not the easy way, but the usual way. What we will be going to see is Russians continuing to advance, and then it's a big question for us. Then we need to continue to support Ukraine with military assistance, with economic, with financial assistance, put sanctions. But I also believe that finally, if we really want to make a change, we must make a decision to transfer those 300 billion euros that are frozen in Russian assets to Ukraine. I think in that case, we would solve support for Ukraine. That would be a very clear message to Russia, and that also would show the way how we can force Russia sitting at the table. What would be the mechanics of the agreement? Well, that's a big question, but I think that before we start talking about that, there are at least two principles that we need to take into account. Ukraine must play a major role in this, and Europe should be part of this discussion.
Minister Barrot, we've heard about the importance of Europe still maintaining its support and indeed increasing its support, and President Zelensky had some pretty pointed remarks on that. Is the onus, having heard quite strong words from President Trump, is there also a lot of pressure now on European leaders? I'm thinking even of getting over the objections of Prime Minister Orban to extending the sanctions, which would otherwise expire next week. I mean, there's plenty for Europe to do here.
Absolutely, and if Europe has supported the heroic Ukrainian resistance over 3 years now, this is because the fight of the Ukrainians is bigger than themselves. It's about Ukrainian territorial integrity, but it's also about European security and about international law. And because Europe cares about its own security, about international law, it has been the #1 financial partner of Ukraine for the past 3 years. And since we're speaking about the Russian frozen assets, it's taken a historic decision by the EU to impose sanctions and to seize the proceeds from the Russian frozen assets to build up a loan with G7 partners, $50 billion, that is going to help the Ukrainians face their liquidity needs for the months to come. But that's just one part of our support that needs to keep building up until the moment when our Ukrainian friends will decide that the time is ripe to enter in negotiations. Our responsibility and the only strategy, the only sort of possible strategy for us is to give them the strongest possible hands when this decision when the negotiation will start. Everyone has to play its role. The US have to put the pressure on Russia and increase the cost of Russia to continue waging its war of aggression. The European partners of Ukraine need to provide them support to enter this negotiation with the strongest possible hand and to get ready to provide the security guarantees to ensure this peace will be lasting and that security of our continent will be preserved going forward.
Roberto Metsola, I just want to, we will get to the point of the security guarantees because it's obviously fundamental, but on this question of the pressure on Europe now, and specifically when we talk about we need to maintain the pressure, increase the pressure on President Putin, there's been a lot of criticism of the implementation of sanctions. There's now even a question mark about the continuation of sanctions. There's a lot to do.
I think the term nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine has never been more important, especially over the last hours with the statement of President Trump. And my next question would be, will this mean that those member states that have been perhaps more reluctant than others to continue pursuing sanctions on Russia will change course?
Sorry, do you think President Trump should give Viktor Orban a call? Is that all it's going to take?
Well, that's the first thought I had. Because if we are looking back and saying that the European Union has shown we can do this when things get really difficult, that the European Union has shown unprecedented unity, where it would otherwise have been impossible in the past years. And that unity was because there was a realization that Ukraine cannot fight this war with one hand tied behind its back. Secondly, that it is not in the EU's interest, and certainly neither in the United States' interest, that Russia controls Kiev. And that, as Jean-Noël just said, if we can send the strongest of messages that Ukraine being around the table, together with Europe, discussing what peace will look like. And peace is something that we need to discuss and what it means. And we cannot decide for Ukraine what peace means, is that unity we can keep and that strength of resolve as we enter a new phase of discussing with the new United States administration. So if that tweet was a launchpad for, let's say, a new course of how we discuss, then let's discuss. But nothing, again, about Ukraine without Ukraine, because otherwise we will not be doing either the European Union a favor, Ukraine a favor, and certainly neither the United States.
Minister Sydenko, we talk about Ukraine, and obviously there were some outside Ukraine who were surprised or intrigued to see the apparent support for a Trump victory in November, which was born out of a frustration with the European response to the support for Ukraine. So could you speak to how the economy is faring and what people are expecting of this new administration and the path in the next 6 to 12 months?
So I would say that because of the support from our partners and because of the resilience of Ukrainian business after the dramatic fall of our economy in 2022, we remember it perfectly well, 30% GDP fall. In 2023, we grew up by 5%. Last year, it's 3.6%. And this year, we expect growth as well. And if we would compare our economy with the Russian economy, so our economy is in a better shape. But it does not mean that we can stop. So we need to strengthen sanction policy. I absolutely agree with you. And I think that when the, let's say, peace discussions will take place, we should be as stronger as possible, and Russia should be as weaker as possible as well. Otherwise, there won't be a fair discussion or fair negotiations. I think there is a big expectation from population and from business side that this year will end the active phase of war. But what is more important, and I want to emphasize on this, there is like our result. It's not just peace itself, but it should be sustainable peace, and it should be guarantees, and we should be absolutely sure, together with Europe, that that potential possible settlement will prevail Putin and will prevail him to restart and to invade again. That's why I think that we should be focused on guarantees during this stage, on strengthening of our economy, and of course sanctions, because, and also I had a discussion with business here in Davos, and I told them very openly that those companies that are still working in Russia need to exit from Russian market, because actually it has not less effect than sanction policy itself.
Rady Sikorski, we've had a clear shift in Washington, and everyone's trying to work out what it means. There has been a shift in recent months in the balance of fighting on the battlefield. What we've heard here is very similar, with respect to the panelists, very similar things to what we've heard in the past from different parts of the European leadership. Does there need to be a shift coming from Europe in response to Donald Trump, but also in response to the situation on the ground?
I think in Europe we are doing the right thing. As the Minister said, the loan on the basis of frozen Russian assets and other types of assistance that we're giving to Ukraine should suffice for this year. There's been a spike in deliveries to Ukraine. Ukraine has the means to resist for this year, which Putin should take into account. Poland is doing what is our duty. We're the presidency of the EU right now. We hope to open one negotiating cluster to do with rule of law, and hopefully another one to do with Europe's external policy. And remember that security guarantees for one another in the European treaties are much more specific, actually, than in the NATO treaty.
Just to follow up on that, Minister Barrot, President Zelensky talked about 200,000 peacekeepers this week here in Davos. Do you think that's about right? Where are they going to come from?
Well, my view is that the 21st century probably started on February 24th of 2022. With the end of the era of the peace dividends, people have to get used to the idea that we're going to permanently need to spend more and to do better in terms of protecting our own security. And the first rendezvous, the first moment when this question is going to be asked is the enforcement of any peace agreement that will be struck, that will need to be consented by the Ukrainians, because there cannot be any just and durable peace that would imply a capitulation by the Ukrainians, but that will be guaranteed one way or another by international partners, and including, of course, European countries. These are discussions that we've been having internally in dedicated forums in order to try and start thinking about what such security guarantees might look like. But more generally, what I think the public should realize is that we're not going back to the pre-February 24 era, and that we're going to start doing much more to ensure the security in our neighborhood.
But just on that specific, when are the budgets going to reflect that? Because if you can understand why President Zelensky would say, look, the US is the only one that has to be a fundamental part of these forces, because we don't see European governments seriously recognizing the things that you've just talked, this 21st century that you've recognized. Several governments haven't even been able to pass a budget, let alone start seriously increasing their defense spending. So do you understand why people just think it's not credible to be saying what you're saying?
I think that Europe has clearly said that it had realized this when in the strategic agenda that our leaders adopted last June, when President von der Leyen gave her speech in front of the parliament, there was a clear analysis of the fact that we need to do more. But once we realize that, we need to act, and we need to find a way to fund such extra efforts in terms of security and defense. This might mean some reshuffling of our priorities at the European level, and security is for any continent and any country priority number one. It also means activating or leveraging the ability of the European Union to finance such a build-up in security and defense. There have been proposals of activating once again the financing lever of the European Union to build up our ability to defend ourselves. President Macron has proposed a doubling of the European budget to reflect the new priorities, and security is one of them. Adaptation to climate change is another one of them. But clearly, we'll have to think hard about how we fund this new ambition that we have to have for our own security.
Well, there's thinking hard, but there's ideas from President Macron, but none of which have been accepted by some key other players around the table. Roberta?
I think you are right in saying we have a big mismatch between what citizens fear most, and this shows the way they vote, whether they vote or not in election results, and what elected representatives tend to deliver. It has become more popular in national parliaments today to say, you know what, we cannot spend this much on defense as is being asked for us because we need to spend it on infrastructure. But that mismatch comes with the fact that our citizens at the same time tell us, but we need to feel safe. And it is not only citizens, people in countries that are bordering Ukraine. It is also in countries that are further and that would, under any normal circumstances, exonerate themselves from responsibility. So how are we going to bridge that and understand the frustration? Essentially what I felt also from President Zelensky this week was frustration, like how many times am I going to come here? You're going to tell me we stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, and then I go away with either delayed implementation. Yes, some countries help me more than others, but some countries say they're going to help me and then they don't. So on a European level, we have, because we have the mandate, because security is at the top of our priorities, we have the possibility to do more. And let's not forget, 3 years ago, I would not have thought Finland and Sweden would be NATO members. 3 years ago, I would not have thought that you'd have more national parliaments than I ever expected discussing potential reinstatement of obligatory military service. This is, you know, a continent that has seen tyranny but over a generation ago. Let's not forget that. So I think it's, you know, we talk about the next months, year as being crucial, as being an eye-opener, but we cannot divest security from what it means to live in Europe. We cannot divest feeling safe and our citizens actually being, let's say, content with what their governments are doing if they feel that there's a danger that is close by. And again, I go back to what I said in the first time I spoke, is that it is in no one's interest for us to see capitulation. Not in Ukraine's, not in the EU, and not in the United States. Where we talk a lot about spending. How much have we spent? How much more do we need to spend? If you compare $175 billion for the United States, 136 billion euros for the EU, the expenditure was done. The contribution was done. We just were sometimes too slow, sometimes not coherent, sometimes not agile enough. But if there's anything that we've learned is that if we don't do that, then we will be squeezed out from the table, both politically and militarily. And I don't think that we can afford.
Minister Sabir, I'm just wondering, listening to this, and obviously we also heard your Zelensky's comments this week, the frustration that we've also heard reflected here. What are you coming away from Davos feeling? Do you feel that he's right in a sense to say, look, the US is the only we don't know how President Trump's going to behave, but at least we know the US has a serious response and is a serious power here?
You see, we value all the assistance, all the aid from our allies. European and Ukrainian security is indivisible. That's important to understand. And also I would like to point out one very important issue. Ukraine is not losing. In February, we will mark 3 years of this brutal Russian aggression. Probably a few people believe that Ukraine could prevail 3 years ago. Yes, maybe at that stage we should expect more decisive decisions. And probably we should not be in such a situation in which we are now. Yes, we are not in the strongest position now. That's true. That's why it is so important to fulfill this concept, peace through strength. And we have clear understanding of this concept and of the elements of this concept which could strengthen our positions right now. The outcome, from my humble opinion, the outcome of this war will shape a new global security order. And this will be a very unstable and dangerous world if Russia is rewarded for its aggression. It is inappropriate to put aggressor Russia on one dimension with Ukraine, which fighting for its independence. So on the contrary, if this war ends in a just way, with respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity and security, the world will be safer. That's why it is also very important not to manipulate with the meaning of the term peace. Just, comprehensive, long-lasting peace.
President Rinkevich, I'm interested in your response to that and the defense that Ukraine is not losing, but there's a very strong feeling that it's not winning, and as was admitted, it's certainly in a weaker position than it was.
Yes, and I think that then we need to come back a little bit to the history. Let's remember that we started quite well at the beginning of the war. Sanctions, military support, but then somehow we went to self-imposed red lines. We were talking a lot about the strategy. The current strategy that I'm hearing from time to time is we are going to support and we will support Ukraine as long as it takes. At the same time, we actually had to look at the strategy for Ukraine winning. Now we are in a situation where we are discussing the just peace. And here I very much agree with the Foreign Minister of Ukraine when he talks that now the meaning is that long and just peace means Ukraine being strong, because let's face it, I can't imagine, with all the history with Russia violating all the international agreements from Budapest Memorandum onwards, that if Ukraine is left without strong military support, without strong security guarantees, like it or not, but the only real security guarantee is NATO membership. We are divided in NATO, we have different opinions. I don't know how we are going to discuss this issue in the upcoming NATO summit in The Hague, but I see that we still have many NATO members that are very doubtful, and I don't see very good way forward, at least for the time being. So from that point of view, that's a kind of pessimistic point of view. The optimistic, well, this is the third year when Ukraine is fighting, and it keeps fighting. And with all the support, it will be strong. So if we continue pressing Russia, if we continue supporting Ukraine, then most probably we will be coming to some kind of agreement we can support. But then there is a next question, how we can contain Russia afterwards. And we can contain Russia afterwards only through strong Ukraine, militarily, economically, part of the European Union definitely, and second, yes, through not lifting sanctions or economic pressure on Russia after that deal is there. But I think we are now, and I myself, I was cautioning to run ahead of time, but we still need to also get a new strategy in place for us as well.
But the US has to be central to but Robert Sikorski, you know, one thing that from the first administration, Trump administration, from everything we've seen so far, the sort of the most optimistic approach comes from accepting he likes to do deals and he likes to announce peace, and many people have said he wants peace. The downside is perhaps that if he does a deal, he's going to want to lift sanctions, he's going to want to potentially remove all pressure from President Putin and Russia, even though many in Europe would still think he posed a serious threat. So I just wondered...
Well, that's speculation. What has actually happened is that the President of the United States has issued an ultimatum to Putin. Make terms of ending this war or else. And as I read Putin, he has a tendency to overplay his hand. And this is a moment to come to a deal, or the United States, President Trump is hinting, will get tougher. We're in a better place than we were 48 hours ago. And let's also remember that when Russia loses a war, historically, in the past, every time, after the Crimean War, after the Russo-Japanese War, after being knocked out of World War I, after losing in Afghanistan, after losing the Cold War, there are always reforms. So Ukraine winning this is important not just for Ukraine and for the European security architecture, but also for Russia and its people.
But at the same time, as Russia is being given the ultimatum, put under pressure potentially, we see a broadening, and a very kind of clear broadening of Russia's antagonism against the West. Only yesterday we had the UK Defence Minister announcing the aggressive moves of the Russian ship in the Channel. We've had much discussion around the Baltic and the cables. So, at the same time as this is happening, Putin is threatening Europe on a wider front and in potentially in a much more open way.
Well, of course. Putin is repeating the mistakes of Soviet leadership. The Soviet Union took on the West and lost. He himself is on the record saying that under Brezhnev, the Soviet Union overspent on the military and bankrupted the country. And he was very insistent that this mistake should not be repeated. And he's doing exactly that. Russia has taken on all of Europe, has antagonized countries that were previously friendly or neutral, Nordic countries, the place where the Russians were keeping their money, the UK. Hybrid war doesn't mean just being a nuisance on the internet. Hybrid war means cyber attacks, means arsons, means assassinations, means hostile actions in the Baltic Sea, in the English Channel, and so on. We have it all the time. And we need to take action. I've closed down a Russian consulate in Poland. We've reduced the area where Russian diplomats may travel to make it more difficult for them to service their agents. Our security services have agreed that the Russians who are trying to destroy the European Union should not benefit from the privileges of the Schengen area. So when you have a Russian diplomat in one EU country, they should be able to travel only in that EU country and not all over Europe, servicing agents perhaps in another country. These are very practical things that we can do to limit their capacity to do damage.
Minister Barrot, I just want to follow up on what I was saying about the Russia and what Minister Sikorski has just said. That is part of this effort to build European public support for this war, but also the broader effort it involves. Speaking more about the many-layered aggression that we're now seeing from Russia, for the grey war, if you like.
Yes, indeed. And I agree with everything Radek just said. And if I referred earlier on with a perhaps provocative comment on the beginning of the 21st century, this is precisely because despite of all that happened, including in Ukraine with Russia, something radical happened on February of 2022. It is a fundamental mutation of the threat, a threat that has morphed into a full-scale invasion, with then Vladimir Putin internationalizing this war into Asia, and then weaponizing information, weaponizing migration against Poland, weaponizing energy prices, like he's been doing against Moldova and other countries in Europe, meaning that the threat has crossed a new threshold that requires from our end a new posture in terms of security for our continent. And this needs to be very clearly explained, because there is no going back to earlier years when the threat did not cross such a threshold. And this needs to be understood in Europe, but this also needs to be understood in the US. And I agree with what Radek said. Recent comments by representatives of the incoming administration tend to suggest that there is an understanding now in Washington that there is no possible bad deal for Ukraine that would at the same time be a good deal for Europe and the US.
Just to supplement what I said, because the confrontation with Russia has already melted the main, but it also goes beyond our continent. As we speak, there is an air bridge of Russian equipment from Syria to their bases in Libya. In Africa, Russia is engaging in a classic colonial exercise of sending mercenaries and soldiers and using despoiled African raw materials and wealth to extend Russia's influence in Africa. The southern tier of the European Union is, of course, affected by this. We should not permit Russia to capture permanently bases in Africa and to be able to do what they do on the Polish-Belarusian border, which is to switch on and off huge migration flows so as to try to enable politically the far right in the European Union, so as to destroy the European Union through the political process, because that's the objective.
Okay, we have a few minutes for questions, and I know that there will be lots. Just if you could keep them brief, and I'll be looking for the rising intonation at the end of a sentence that involves a question. Okay, here first.
John Chipman, Executive Chairman of the IISS. I wanted, with a rising question, to provide in 3 sentences the legal justification for seizing Russian state assets. And it is, and we've produced a 30-page paper with lawyers from 9 different countries that supports this. It is basically this, that there is total agreement that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was illegal. When there is a peremptory breach of international law, it is open to states holding assets of that state to seize them in order to help the invader to comply with his legal obligation to pay reparations to the invaded state. This is not something without precedent. When, after Iraq invaded Kuwait, Iraqi assets were seized to support Kuwait, not a poor country, in order to be able to repair the damages on the oil terminals that were destroyed by Saddam Hussein. So my rising intonation question is, could the European Union not agree that the French, the Germans, and others in Europe could offer this? Because Mr. Trump's next tweet could be, I will not use American money to support Ukraine, I will use Russian money.
So a very quick response.
Well, I support it. I know that some colleagues are concerned about the effect that this would have on the euro currency. But I think a slight devaluation of the euro would be good for various economies, for France in particular.
I'll bring this home, if you allow me. Let's see how I'm welcome back in Paris.
Careful.
So I understand the argument. I wouldn't use it in this way if I was in the team of those that support this solution, because the financing needs of Ukraine for this year, they're covered by the G7 era loan. So what is it about when we talk about seizing the assets themselves? To me, it is mostly a way to bargain with Russia when the moment will come for negotiation peace, which again we think is the moment that the Ukrainians will decide. So it's less for me a question of funding liquidity needs for 2025 that seem to be covered in large part due to the European efforts, than a question of building up the strong position that we want Ukrainians to enter with into the negotiation talks. And for that, we have, of course, the sanctions, and we're discussing the 16th package of sanctions under the Polish presidency of the EU. We have the military support at the bilateral level that is going to keep building up throughout the year. And we have this Euro-Atlantic integration that some of us mentioned earlier that is also putting Ukraine in a strong position as when they decide to start the peace negotiations.
I just wanted to add, I mean, don't underestimate the decision that the G7 took on using windfall profits. That has never been done. We also thought for many years that would not be possible. We were presented with a legal after legal opinion saying, don't do this, your banks will refuse, this will set a precedent, this will give larger economies power over smaller ones. But we found ourselves in a situation where what else can we do? Yes, sanction packages are being adopted. We also need to be honest with ourselves. There are still many loopholes in the packages that have been adopted already. So we would be on the side of let's also get our act together and making sure that if there are, with countries that say that they are implementing them, in essence, some of them are not. And I think it would be also time for us to come together and say, what have we done so far? What has not worked, but also what has worked in order for us to become more agile when it comes to taking decisions with allowing and helping Ukraine around that table if peace negotiations take place.
Okay, there was one, yeah, here. We'll take these two.
Thank you very much. I'm a journalist from Chinese media, Cai Xin. My question is mainly for the Deputy Prime Minister. Yeah, today we have talked a lot about the negotiation, potential ceasefire, and lots of conditions, but I would want to bring the attention to the economic rebuilding of your country. So can you share with some of the current blueprint and the pathway that if we can really have the ceasefire within this year, and how should Ukraine and how should other countries, including EU members or even the broader world, to contribute to the economic rebuilding plan in your society? And the second question is that we know that the participation of the Ukraine into EU is involves lots of the political calculation. But besides the formal recognition of a member of the EU membership, I think Ukrainian people would like to seek much stronger and broader social ties with the rest part of Europe, and it should not be seized or should not be weakened even after the war. So what will be your call for the European population about their future relationship with the people of Ukraine?
That is a very good question. We're just going to take two together because we're going to run out of time.
Hi, this is Iqbal Dhaliwal from MIT. So my question is, given Trump's negotiating style and the domestic distractions in France and Germany, what leverage does Europe really have to ensure that its stakes are there in the negotiation? Like, why does this not become Trump negotiating with Putin, Ukraine a little bit involved, but the rest of Europe completely cut off despite its stakes? So what leverage do you have to ensure that that happens?
Okay, we'll have a moment on reconstruction before we
enter. So I probably would answer the first question. So I do believe that it would be inflow of foreign investment and boost of activity of foreign companies and enlarge development of Ukrainian companies in case we would be sure that we would have the guarantees. I mean, now we have, of course, we are very grateful for Ukraine facility for this pillar 2 that actually help us to provide the European Commission providing guarantees and private companies step in Ukrainian market. But we understand that if we speak about the reconstruction in the broader sense, we would need to have guarantees. And I would look at this like from business perspective. business during Davos Forum discussed with me, what can you offer to us? I mean, they're not asking for risk insurance because it's already in place. So we have risk insurance from EBRD, from DFC, from MIGA. So they're asking what there can be guarantees for business. And of course, we understand perfectly well that NATO is like naturally the best option, and like our president admitted yesterday, the cheapest one. But we understand that probably we should look at other solutions as well in parallel. And today, during the Ukrainian breakfast, I made an example on the seaports. So when at the beginning of the large-scale invasion, our ports have been fully blocked. And there was a deal brokered by UN, Turkey and Russia. Then Russia sabotaged this deal. And then there was an option for us how to restart the activity, how to actually bring business back and open export. And I would say that the answer was anti-missile system in place. So that's why business also asking about very concrete things, and why they are, what are their arguments for NATO. They are looking not for the, I would say, papers for some legal documents, but they are looking for the military infrastructure in place that can really protect their business in Ukraine. So that's why I think that this guarantee is a prerequisite for the reconstruction, because I would say other infrastructure are already in place, and in terms of reforms, we keep working as well.
President Rinkevich, do you want to respond briefly to that? I mean, there is clearly a risk that any negotiation that happens, or at least a good part of the way forward for Ukraine, will be mapped through Truth Social posts and phone calls between Donald Trump and President Putin.
Well, but I think that the answer how Europe can be relevant is actually given already almost by each and every panelist. Number one, keep supporting Ukraine. If you are the player supporting of Ukraine, I think that everyone should take this into account. Sending all the military aid, also financial, economic support, and I know that there is ongoing discussion who does more, EU or the United States. Actually, the figures I'm seeing still show that actually the European Union is providing totally more support to Ukraine in all fields. So that's number one. Number two, I think that, yes, we will need to have a very close contacts with US administration. We have to be, let's say, visible and present also in Washington when it comes to all those discussions. Leaders of EU member states, parliamentarians, everyone. There is no other way around.
But if President, I mean, as Radek Sikorski pointed out, you have an or else threat in that post. In order to be part of this, the European also has to have an or else and has to be doing that. Whether it's, I mean, what are the tools that you could turn to? We've talked about the assets, but is it sanctioning of third country banks? Is it further energy sanctions?
Yes. You know, but here actually, I'm the former foreign minister for almost 12 years, so I know how all those Foreign Affairs Council discussions sometimes happen, and I'm sure nothing has changed since I've left almost 2 years ago. Look, we do have still issues that we have to address. Secondary sanctions when it comes to the EU sanctions. We don't have those. US have. Number two, we do have the situation which we need to address because loopholes involve third countries. Exports to some countries have doubled, tripled, or even, I don't know, have become 10 times. And then we still have also things that we need to address. For instance, we have started sanctioning Russian shadow fleet. But look at the figures. I was watching EU 79, UK 110, US 180 something. And from that point of view, yes, if Europe wants to be a player, then apart from having all those nice discussions, also real decisions must be taken. But I also know what it takes to get all 27 to agree.
But,
that's not an easy.
You know that, but we've got two of them on the end there. Are you?
That's their job, actually.
Can we get you two to agree? And will that be? Will this agenda be a priority for the Polish presidency? The deepening of the sanctions, following the US, and providing a European or else to this pressure on Russia.
Well, I hope that the government of Hungary has read the message from the President of the United States,
just about maintaining
and that we
what we
pass the sanctions, and then we have another package, and yes, we need to close loopholes. The US has it easier because it's a unitary state. We are a confederation. Of course, it's more difficult for us to have the kind of practical instruments of sanctions enforcement that they have at the Treasury Department, where thousands of people work on this. We need to devote more resources to actually affecting our sanctions. I agree with that. But there are positive things that we could still do. The money, as you were saying earlier, for European defense has to come from somewhere, either from increased contributions by the member states, or from EU funds, or from debt. I don't think we want to pay more, but we certainly could make own resources of the EU bigger to service the COVID-era loans and also to address a new emergency, which is defense. We also have huge amounts of money squirreled away from unspent programs, including from the money that member states have not spent from the COVID recovery funds. There are some low-hanging fruits as regards money.
Minister Barrot, I'm just thinking specifically on the low-hanging fruits. The people who have to be persuaded to pick it, among other things, are the Germans. We had the current Chancellor here in Davos and also the quite likely future Chancellor. Have you been talking to them about that?
Well, what we've seen over this past year is a lot of opening up to finding innovating means of financing. Yes, we have on the eastern flank, on the Nordic flank of our union, including Germany, where our colleague from the outgoing administration, Annalena Baerbock, has been very forthcoming with the idea that at some point, to overcome the debt break in Germany, some innovative EU funding might be needed given the level of the challenges in terms of security that are ahead. But I just want to respond to the European leverage question that was asked by the MIT professor earlier today. What we are saying is that there is no discussion about Ukraine that can happen without the Ukrainians, and no discussion about European security without the Europeans. Why? Well, because suppose, and I don't think this is going to happen, that there would be a discussion between the US administration and Vladimir Putin. Any deal that might be struck would have to be agreed upon by the Ukrainians that have been fighting for 3 years for their territorial integrity and for our security. And then it will have to be agreed upon by Europeans. We'll have to play the first role in terms of delivering the security guarantees to enforce such a deal. Otherwise, who will do it? Is it NATO? So far, the US administration has not shown to be super open for short-term accession of Ukraine to NATO, which means that there is a transitory period where security guarantees will need to be provided in some alternative way in connection with NATO. The 200,000 troops that President Zelensky mentioned yesterday here in Davos, is it the US that is going to provide them? Here is the leverage.
But who else is going to provide them then?
This is not the point. The point is that the question was about European leverage, and what the Europe wants is a just and sustainable peace. We think that the US can play a very important role in reaching this peace by putting maximum pressure on Vladimir Putin, that so far has demonstrated zero intention to negotiate a just and durable peace. The responsibility of Europeans at large, including Ukrainians, will be to enforce such a deal. And that's why they need to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Look, if you're trying to prove that the US has a stronger hand on this than we do, It's obvious. For them, it's a war of choice. For us, it's a war of necessity. Not to mention Ukraine, of course. And on the money, just look at the alignment of opinions on debt or on the assets. Finland and the Netherlands have traditionally been frugal countries. Yeah. And yet on this, they're gung-ho.
Okay. We've run out of time, and we probably could go for another hour, but I appreciate the lively conversation we've had, and I'm going to say I'm glad that we have been able to focus on Ukraine for this hour, if not necessarily for all of this week. But thank you to all the speakers, and thank you for everyone here.
Davos. And what it does is it goes back and it looks at every session you've ever attended, because all of that is recorded as you badge through the conference, and every session that is available, and everybody that's here. And then that agent can say, yes, this is the thing you need to do in Davos to be really successful right now. And it uses the best large language models, but also the best machine learning, the best intelligence. It delivers the highest accurate result. It's delivering a 95% result for Davos attendees because it has access to so much data that has been collected here over so many years. And it's a great example of very practical AI. And I'll say another example is that we also met in the same meeting Dave McKay, the CEO of RBC, Royal Bank of Canada. And he's got this incredible wealth management business that he runs, and he's a leader in this area. And they've built this agentic layer. Agentic layer means he's built agents around his business that augment his workforce. So in addition to his sales workers and his service workers and his support workers, he uses an agent force, just like we're using here to run the Davos. And so that's just fascinating to me that we are at that moment that we're going to say, yeah, this is when humans and AI are working together to create a higher level of success.
I really appreciated your agent, Mark, actually, because I was out on the promenade at 2 a.m. and I'd had 7 drinks, and the agent, having studied all my previous Davoses, said, stop, and sent me to bed. So thank you very much. Ruth, you have this company that has built one of the most successful products in humankind history, a search engine, it's going to have to transform, in many ways, into an answer engine. Building a business model around that is hard. It will change the way you make money, and will change the way a lot of companies that relied on the search engine make money. So explain the trade-offs as you make this transition.
Well, first of all, it's great to be here with you, with everyone. Since inception, Google has been focused on long-term investing with the sense that technology changes and we're going to have to evolve throughout time. And if you think about it, Google started as 10 blue links. It then went to text search. It went to voice search. We're now living in a world with multimodal search. But we've been infusing search with AI for many years now. Billions of people are benefiting, whether it's as simple as autocomplete or searching photos. You just take it for granted. And multimodal search is exciting. What you can do with this product we call Lens, for those of you who haven't used it, you take your phone with the camera, you can take a photo of anything and search through that, find any information, product, availability, price, anything in nature, you name it. 20 billion searches a month through Lens. So this has been a constant evolution, and where we are now, leveraging Gemini, is looking at AI overviews, which you can think of as a sort of an umbrella, your cockpit, that then helps guide you and takes you to different places. And what we're seeing is more complex queries, longer queries that go into greater depth. It's expanding in terms of demographics. The youth in particular are looking at the ability to ask multi-part queries. And so it's continuing to enrich the search experience, which is what Google has been about all the time. And our investment, I'm frequently asked, consistently is around being ahead of and evolving where will search go, given the extraordinary experience that we can deliver for all of that. And this didn't start now, this evolution. We started Google Brain, our first AI entity, many, many years ago. We acquired DeepMind back in 2014 with a view that at some point we would be at this moment where we're all experiencing and living it, and it feels like a vertical lift. And what's exciting about being there, and I would say it's important for anybody today leading a company, leading a country, is we're all tech-enabled and have the opportunity. If you're not planning and investing for long-term growth, you're going to be sowing the seeds of your own destruction. And so where we're sitting is an extraordinary position where we're leading in science and innovation. So we won, as an example, Demis Hassabis, John Jumper won the Nobel Prize this year for their breakthrough in science. It's where we view ourselves as looking at science at digital speed. AlphaFold, which is the greatest contribution to drug discovery, that didn't come out of just recent research. They've been working on it for quite some time. Greatest contribution to drug discovery, the work we're doing in quantum, where we had a breakthrough in quantum computing. You can do a computation in less than 5 minutes that previously or today would take supercomputers, the best supercomputer on the planet, 10 septillion hours to do, 10 and it's 24 zeros behind it. It's extraordinary what we're able to accomplish with science. And so we're already investing, to your question, on where the world will be next. Clearly, the majority continues to be in search, leveraging Gemini, what's that search experience, but we're also leaning into being the leader in science and innovation.
I like that thought. You know, I often think about how at the Atlantic we can diversify our business models for the age of AI. One of the things I had not thought about was building a quantum computer, but I will put that on my list. Albert, let's go to you. You have to change the way drug discovery works, right? You're going to have to reinvent how the company works, and you're going to have to not be beaten by new drug development companies that are fully AI-based and are taking the technology that Ruth was just talking about and building companies from scratch based on AI with their agent employees. Tell me how you're thinking about this transformation.
First, I need to tell you that I'm super excited about the prospects of life sciences, exactly because of that. It's not only advancements in biotechnology, but also advancements in digital technology. But the two are colliding, and they are going to create tremendous synergistic effects. I'm going to use an example of a disease that worries all, the emperor of all maladies, cancer. There is a new biotechnology that we are using, which is called ADC, antibody drug conjugate. I'm going to use, because we have marked here, military terms to describe the war on cancer. The problem is that when you use the chemotherapies, that are most common used drugs right now for cancer, you are not killing only the cancer cells, but you are killing also the healthy cells. So you need to be more precise. So that's why we developed something like a GPS-guided missile, a medicine that is very precise. We try, first of all, to identify a target. that will identify that this is what we want to kill and shoot. So, for example, a protein that it is more common in the cancer cell than in the healthy cells. One of the examples, IB6, it's a protein, IB4, excuse me, which is a protein that is expressed in 90% of lung cancer cells. So now we know that this is the target. We know that if our missile sees IB4, we'll attack it. In order to identify targets, AI will make that process that usually was taking years, will take months. It's amazing, it's exponential, the improvement. Once we do that, now we need something that will be the GPS mechanism that will come and adhere to the target, this protein. So we need to bring an antibody that will go and click to this protein. And AlphaFold, which Ruth spoke about, and it is a good example, because also the inventors took the Nobel Prize this year, it is helping us to accelerate the design of these antibodies instead of years, months. Once you have the antibody, now you need a warhead for your missile. And that will be nuclear or can be tactical, depends on what is the cancer you need to kill. So what is the result of all of that? You link the antibody with a warhead, you release the missile, and will not explode on any healthy cell. It will explode only on the cancer cells. AI can facilitate each and every of these prospects. Whatever we can do with ADCs in 10 years, we can do with ADCs in 18 months now.
Wow. Yeah. While you were talking about precision targeting missiles, I noticed that everybody on the panel was interested, particularly the Secretary General.
I know how to get his attention.
Dara, you're taking your company. You've got all these drivers. You've created incredible jobs, folks who need side gigs, working class jobs. You're about to move into a new era where a pretty significant percentage of your fleet will be robotaxis. Pretty big change. How are you thinking about actually, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mark. What is the hardest thing for you to get right during this transformation?
Well, I think first the potential that we see in terms of AI. I think most of our experiences with digital experiences of AI, search, et cetera, where we work is the physical world. And we think that AI can have enormous impact on the physical world. And ultimately, the future of transportation that we see is going to be autonomous, it'll be electric, and eventually it'll be shared as well. So congestion on the streets is something that can be controlled. And for us, the applications of AI are essentially passenger vehicles. Instead of having a human driver, you'll have a robot driver, and we're working with Ruth and Waymo and a number of other companies in developing this technology and really bringing it to market so that everybody can experience it. And then also there are applications in terms of package delivery. So you may see here these little sidewalk robots, serve sidewalk robots that are delivering your food. And then, of course, in trucking, we have a business, Uber Freight, that's connecting shippers to truckers. Those trucks eventually will be driven by robots as well. And the ultimate promise of AI is literally to save lives, right? It's today as we speak, this year, there will be 1 million fatalities on the road as a result of human error. And this digital driver is going to have thousands of lifetimes of driving to train, is not going to be distracted in terms of by texting, by watching TikTok, whatever. It will be a driver that's completely focused on the road. It won't have 2 eyes, it'll have 10 eyes and many different sensor types. So by definition, over a period of time, this driver is going to get better and better and better. And it will start to be more of a reality in our network. Our view is we're working with a number of partners, NVIDIA, Alphabet, Wabi, et cetera, to bring this technology to markets in a safe and responsible way. It's not going to get there tomorrow. And there will be a very long hybrid road where sometimes you're going to get a human driver, sometimes you'll get an AI driver or a robot driver. But fast forward 15, 20 years from now, the impact of AI in the physical world and the impact in terms of saving lives and avoiding fatalities is going to be enormous, and we want to play a big part in that transformation.
Dara just said something. He said 15, 20 years. And talking to you here in Davos and talking to others, I think one of the biggest differences you think things are happening much faster. Like most everybody in Davos agrees that AI is coming, things are going to change. But when other people talk about years, it's changes that you talk about in months. And when other people talk about decades, it's changes you talk about in years. How fast is the world about to turn upside down?
Yes. So, I would say that I think the thing that most distinguishes AI from previous technological revolutions is exactly the speed at which it's happening. So I've been in the field for 10 years. I've been watching that curve for 10 years. And me and my co-founders at Anthropic were among the first to document what we call the scaling laws, which is the observation that as you pour more compute into these models with small changes in the algorithms according to which they're developed, they improve very fast on cognitive abilities. And so, exponentials kind of start slow and very quickly pick up speed. And I think we're actually, I've become probably in the last 3 to 6 months more confident that we really are heading towards AI systems that are better than almost all humans at almost all tasks. My guess, and I'm still not certain of it, but I think with some of the things we've seen with models starting to be as good as PhD students in areas like math and programming and biology, it is my guess that by 2026 or 2027, we will have AI systems that are broadly better than almost all humans at almost all things. I see a lot of positive potential, that's an understatement, for how this kind of AI can be applied. You've heard about a lot of these areas, right? From military applications to in the workplace to self-driving cars to applications in biology and health, which are very near and dear to my heart because I used to be a biologist, and I think that's maybe one of the opportunities to offer the most improvements in human welfare. In line with the thoughts on longer timelines for self-driving cars, I think what is going to hold us back most in positive applications is the physical world and limitations on human institutions. So I wrote an essay about this transition, about powerful AI. If this really does happen, what will we be limited by? And so the term I used in this essay was marginal returns to intelligence. Economists talk about the marginal returns to capital, to labor, to land. A way we're not used to thinking about things is what if we have millions of copies, I called it a country of geniuses in a data center, of agents that are better than humans at everything. What limits? Do we just immediately solve all of the world's problems? I don't think that happens. For example, self-driving cars are difficult. So I think we're going to be limited by the physical world, by deployment cycles, and often by laws. If we take the pharma case as an example, we still need to run clinical trials. There's still physics and biology, but I think the AI systems will get better at things that used to be late-stage clinical trials can become early-stage clinical trials. Things that used to be early-stage clinical trials can be done in vitro. Things that can increasingly be simulated. I do think there will be a great acceleration. If I had to guess, and this is not a very exact science, my guess is that we can make 100 years of progress in areas like biology in 5 or 10 years if we really get this AI stuff right. If you think about what we might expect humans to accomplish in an area like biology in 100 years, I think a doubling of the human lifespan is not at all crazy. And then if AI is able to accelerate that, we may be able to get that in 5 to 10 years. So that's kind of the grand vision. At Anthropic, we are thinking about, what's the first step towards that vision, right? If we're 2 or 3 years away from the enabling technologies for that, the way we've been thinking about it is, all this describes productivity in the workplace, right? Even very high-end productivity for, cures for diseases. So we're working on something called a virtual collaborator, which is the idea of having, an early version of this, not necessarily smarter than a Nobel Prize winner, but capable of doing relatively high-end tasks in the workplace that can, open up Google Docs, that can use Slack, that can interact with its coworkers to perform tasks over hours to days, and that you only have to check in with every once in a while, like a manager would check in with an employee. Mark said, this will be the last generation of CEOs that only manages humans. We're trying to make that real.
Secretary General, you want to jump in?
Yeah, building on this, because what I'm seeing in my work, in my job now, is that what is holding us back in terms of speed of applying AI, exactly as you're saying, is the traditional structures, the bureaucracies. And basically you have three types. One, of course, is when there is no war. Then the only way to leverage this new technology is to make sure that you work with small and medium-sized enterprises, with startups who are really leading edge here. So in NATO we have all these systems, Diana and investment fund, etc., to make sure that you work with academia and with the startup sector. But it's not easy, because the system was used of building these huge tanks, huge fire jets, etc., and ships, what have you, and not implementing necessarily this latest technology. A second level is these what we call hybrid threats, which can be quite scary, these hybrid threats. It can be an assassination attempt on the boss of Rheinmetall. It can be a cyber attack on the NHS in the United Kingdom. It can be the jamming of commercial flights in the Baltics. And of course, getting at the critical undersea cables like between Estonia and Finland. And then there is a need to apply the latest technology fast. And I was happy to see that at least within the NATO system we were able to do this. But then, of course, leading edge here, cutting edge is Ukraine. What they have to do is to implement every 2 weeks the newest technologies to stay in front of, in terms technology-wise, the Russians. But the Russians are copying what the Ukrainians are doing also in 2 weeks. So these technologies, including the use of AI and how we can speed up the bureaucracies to do this, is really key. And I'm absolutely optimistic, like all of you, when it comes to AI. But the question is, what is holding us back to do it even faster?
It's AI and
just one other question on AI for certain applications is the cost of an error, right? Part of humanity is its flaws, and we accept that humans are going to make mistakes, etc. Again, you go to these road fatalities. I think one of the questions in certain AI applications, defense may be one of them, certainly AI in the physical world, is how much better does that AI have to be than a human being? Is 10 times better enough? Is 20 times better? You know, you look at Waymo, for example, based on their safety statistics. Ruth, how much safer is Waymo than human beings probably at this point?
Meaningfully safer, but your point is well taken. There is more forgiveness when it's a human driver.
And so the question is, when a machine makes a mistake, when an algo makes a mistake, how does society look at that mistake and the cost of that mistake versus the benefits of AI coming into the fore?
Well, society reacts very badly, right? As we've seen with self-driving cars, which are evidently safer. And the question is, will society change as more technology comes, right? Will there be a backlash? Actually, Albert, let me ask you this question. So what Dara is talking about is building much safer technology and facing a backlash. You built a product that was like the best product the world ever had and probably saved the lives of a bunch of people in this room, and there was a massive backlash. Is there anything you learned from that that will be helpful to people who are bringing in new technologies in the next years that will be useful?
I'm sure you're referring to the vaccine, but it was not massive backlash. It was significant. It was maybe 10, 20% of the people. I can tell you at the same time, we received a lot of love from 80% of the people that felt that their mother or father is alive because of us. So let's put things into perspective. The fact that some of the voices are magnified through social media doesn't mean that they are the prevalent voice. But the example that you use is a good one, because AI also will face the same problems, and probably AI machines will create the problems to AI. They are the ones that they will spread the disinformation about it. And why? Because it's a very powerful tool. And with every powerful tool in the hands of good people, will do great things. In the hands of bad people, can do bad things. And I think that will be magnified. Every single mistake that AI will be doing, as you mentioned, will be magnified to the utmost degree, ignoring that humans are making even bigger mistakes and ignoring that the benefits that we got so far were huge.
Ruth, can I ask you a big question that's quite relevant to this? So to me, the most interesting, I keep a list of unanswered questions in AI that I don't really know the answers to and that people disagree on. And the one that I'm most interested in is whether AI will make the world more equal or less equal. Will it increase inequality within countries, or will it do the opposite? My view is that technology made the world less equal, right? It rose all boats, but the folks at the top did better. What do you think will happen with AI? Will it condense and collapse income inequality, as some studies show, or will it exacerbate it, as others do?
Yeah, it's an absolutely critical question and one we're extremely focused on. I think there's a tremendous amount of upside to capture, which will address this productively, but there are execution risks that we all need to be focused on. So what we get really excited about is it's in health, it's in education, it's the economic upside. We've talked about health already to an extent, but just to expand a bit, with AlphaFold, as I said, what the team did, what Demis and the team did, is predict the protein structure for all 200 million proteins on the planet, which is the building blocks for human life, and that's why it accelerates drug discovery. They then open sourced it. And so we now have 2.5 million scientists around the world, 190 countries, unleashed to use this extraordinary breakthrough for drug discovery. And so the ability to address disease, all forms of diseases, and do it at, as I said, at digital speed is absolutely extraordinary. And what does that do to address illnesses everywhere on the globe? The other, very much more direct to your question, is early diagnosis of disease. Early diagnosis is one of the most important elements in survival. And for me, this is personal. I've had cancer twice, and I know I was one of the very fortunate ones who went to one of the best hospitals on the planet, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and I had early diagnosis. Not everyone does. 40% of people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. Globally, there are other diseases that are actually killing people before cancer does, which goes back to my first point. Early diagnosis is key. Google years ago developed with AI the ability for early diagnosis of metastatic cancer. Started with breast, went to lung. I spoke to my oncologist about it, and he said the only way to democratize healthcare is with AI, because it means anyone, anywhere, will be able to have the same high-quality early detection that I had. And what we're already using today through Google AI, the research that we've done, is early diagnosis for tuberculosis. 30 to 40% of cases of TB go undiagnosed because they're in the global south or in poor communities across the United States. That is already happening today. That is not a tomorrow opportunity. Diabetic retinopathy, losing your eyesight as a result of diabetes. So this very much is an opportunity to address inequity. Education, super exciting. In Africa, the average age is 19. Spoke to one minister who said, by definition, half of our population is under 19. We don't have enough teachers. And if you can't educate your kids, you can't address that opportunity gap. You know, I grew up, my parents always said, education is your passport to freedom. We firmly believe that. And what we can do, and what the minister pointed out, is AI is operating leverage for the teachers, and it also enables students to get taught through AI, which is extraordinary. The problem, the execution challenge, so I talked about cancer. Well, cancer early diagnosis is one part of a broader ecosystem. In some places, this may be an equalizer. In the United States, it'll be an equalizer if you have a doctor who otherwise couldn't deliver, because you can then go somewhere else for chemo and radiation. But that is not true everywhere in the world. So you need the full ecosystem to develop. The other really important point, probably the most critical, is that a third of the planet is still not connected, is still not online. So they don't have access to the magic that we're talking about here today. And then you go to the economic upside. The economic upside is profound. The estimates are wide, they're in the trillions. But again, if you go under the cover, the execution issues are what we're really focused on. Now, it's encouraging that the data say, economists at MIT, at Stanford, that it is the early entrance to the workforce and lowest skilled jobs that may benefit the most because you have a tutor by your side. That's a positive. More jobs are created historically than destroyed in tech transition. That's the good news. The bad news is when your job is the one that's eliminated, it becomes very binary very quickly. And so we're doing quite a bit of work, as are many others, on workforce empowerment, for workforce training, getting people ready for what those new jobs are, and there are extraordinary jobs that are available, but that's something that we cannot take for granted. And the final point, wherever I travel around the globe, what I hear from global leaders is they want their country to be a part of the digital transformation because they see these upsides, the economic potential, the potential around healthcare, education, agriculture, you name it. And so that's what we're trying to do, is make sure that we're partnering up globally in the right way, but execution definitely becomes key. And some of the comments today, I very much agree. At the end of the day, the upside opportunity is so profound that we need to collectively make sure we're mitigating on the downside. We can't miss it.
This is a very optimistic panel, so let me try to change the mood a little bit if possible. Mark, can I ask you about something that one of your passions, where maybe things aren't going as well as you might think, which is climate change. So in the last little bit of time, the United States has pulled out of the Paris Accords. We've frozen a bunch of spending that was going into climate investment. It seems, in fact, we're sort of transferring capital from climate to crypto, which maybe isn't the best use of energy resources. All this AI boom, incredibly carbon intensive. Are we going in the wrong direction on an issue of paramount importance where we're already having a lot of trouble?
Well, it's a pretty big context switch on the panel. I mean, we just heard the incredible benefits of unlimited workforces, the idea that AI is kind of becoming our partner to help us to run our lives, run our businesses, to help us to deliver a new level of productivity without a human workforce. And, you know, you're 100% right. We have to keep in mind that we have a vision for the world that is getting warmer. And the reason that it's getting warmer is because there is more carbon in the atmosphere. The first industrial revolution has really given us about 200 gigatons of carbon into the environment through, you know, various human levels of activity, but it's not our biggest worry. Our biggest worry is really deforestation. The planet had 6 trillion trees on us, and now more than half of those trees are gone. And for every trillion trees, we lose 200 gigatons of carbon banking. So just imagine that as 3 industrial revolutions that we've released into the environment through deforestation. I was very optimistic yesterday, and I guess we should go back, but we mentioned Trump. 5 years ago on this stage in 2020, President Trump announced the Trillion Tree Initiative. That is that our vision was to put 1 trillion of those trees back on the planet to sequester 200 gigatons of carbon. Of those trillion trees that we want to do, we actually now have commitments and underway on 200 billion. The biggest also happened on this stage last year, China coming in for 70 billion trees. That is a case for optimism. And another case for optimism happened just yesterday here at the forum, not on this stage, but in another stage. The president of the Congo announced the world's largest forest reserve as part of the trillion trees. I think there's nothing more important than reforesting our planet if we want to make our world cooler and to counter what we've done in industrialization. And number 2 is we can also see that the oceans are getting warmer. We've just had 2 back-to-back El Nino years, and I've heard now several reports talking to folks here from around the world that we see coral bleaching happening in areas where we have not, even just in the last 6 months. So whether it's coral bleaching, overfishing, whether it's creating more marine protected areas, getting to our vision of protecting 30% of the oceans by 2030, and getting the plastics out of the ocean. We're on the verge of the UN High Seas Treaty. This is probably one of the most fundamental things the United Nations can do this year. And the second is the UN Plastics Treaty. We have to get the plastics out of the ocean. So we can all think about this as a case for optimism in the environment, and AI is an accelerator on all of these ideas.
So net, do you think that AI, its ability to help us, model plastic flows in the ocean, for example, and figure out how to extract it more efficiently and maybe build carbon capture systems, net, AI will be positive for climate, even though it has huge energy costs?
Net, I would say that the most optimistic thing that I've seen in getting the ocean plastic out of the ocean is, number 1, making sure it doesn't get in the ocean. So robotics has advanced with AI, and we see entrepreneurs like Mark's colleague from the Netherlands, Boyan Slat, who has developed robots that sit in rivers in critical areas in Asia or in South America that prevent this plastic from getting in the ocean in the beginning. That just wasn't possible 10 years ago. Now we see, the ability to extract millions, hundreds of millions, billions of tons of plastic that's already in the ocean but we have to also keep it from going there. We also announced a plastic initiative here at the World Economic Forum. How do we get to bioplastics? This idea that the plastic that's in the ocean is kind of the nuclear waste of our age. It's going to be there for a long time. We already see the infusion of that plastic into plankton. We now know the fish are eating the plankton, ingesting the plastic, and we know where that goes in our food chain right into our bodies. And I don't think any of us want what's happening, and I don't want to go into the details because it just, turns into, it'll take away the case for optimism around human health. But we want to have a healthier food chain, and getting plastic out of our food chain is so important.
Well, since in Davos I only eat green room granola bars, haven't had any plastic, but I do think this is an extremely important cause. Dario, let me go back to your essay, which you mentioned earlier, Machines of Loving Grace. One of the most interesting parts, and I think something that ties into what Ruth was just talking about, something that has come up on stage, is the prospect for sort of stable democracy where people trust the government. And it's an extremely optimistic essay, but what's so interesting is there's a point where you're not as optimistic, and you say you're not sure whether AI is more enabling for democracy or more enabling for authoritarianism. So explain what you mean and explain what you think, and then we'll have the others comment on that, because that's pretty important.
Yes. So, I think here we've mostly talked about all the positive applications, and I'm very excited about them. I tend to be optimistic about places where markets work well, about human scientific advancement leading us forward, and AI scientific advancement augmenting them. I think places where I'm less optimistic are around the political system. If we look at the last 100, 200 years of history, there has been sort of a trend towards, democracy being more ascendant, democracy being more dominant, but it's been an extremely noisy trend, right? If the moral arc of history is long, this is perhaps the longest part of it. And so this is one of my deepest worries. If we go back to the country of geniuses in a data center, which I think, we will likely have in 2 to 3 years, imagine what that country of geniuses in a data center could do in the hands of an autocracy. We take 10 million, virtual minds that are smarter than any Nobel Prize winner, and let's say put them in the hands of China. What could they do in terms of a surveillance state? The power of dictatorships has traditionally been constrained by the need to have humans who carry out the will of the dictator. That has limited how terrible the dictatorship can be. There is a chilling possibility that AI could remove some of those limits and make possible something like a 1984 or darker. On the international stage, is it possible that AI could drive these very powerful drone fleets, or this, all-seeing ability in terms of intelligence analysis that could give autocracies an advantage against us? I think this is one of the most important issues for us to attend to, because I think, unlike the positive benefits, which take work, but the wind is at our back, this is very serious, and I'm not sure it's going to go right.
Very quickly, because a couple people want to jump in. Is the fear that AI in the hands of a dictatorship is more useful and powerful and entrenches them more than AI in the hands of democracy, or that there is something about the nature of the technology that creates instability that then leads to likely dictatorship? I think both. I'm worried, I think, both about kind of the international side of things, like will autocracies get ahead of us? Will they be able to do this better than us? And I worry about internal constitution as well. So one worry I have is AI stabilizing to autocracies and destabilizing to democracies. I think we can fight that. Some of the ideas I've had, and probably over the coming year, we as an individual company will work to try and promote these, is can AI improve the quality of democratic governance? One area is public services. Many public services are not delivered in a technologically sophisticated way. Can we use
AI to reinvent democracy, to inspire citizens that their government is doing things, I guess, efficiently, to use a modern language, but is also delivering robust services and making their lives better. Can it do better at enforcing and augmenting people's lives? Can it lead to better deliberative decision making? About a year ago, we did some research with something called the Collective Intelligence Project, which was focused on collective decision making. Can AI allow people to debate and discuss with each other and come to the truth better? Can it summarize positions? Can it encourage better processes of democratic deliberation? Can AI be involved in the system of justice? Again, we have to be careful with that, but can it be done in a way that enables us to give the same rights to everyone in a more uniform way, right? Can AI enhance the promises that democracies make to their citizens, in order to do a better job of kind of delivering on the ideals that democracy represents?
All right, Ruth?
Good. I think there's so much important content in what Dari said. I just want to double click into a couple of points. First, it's imperative that the West stays ahead, that the U.S. stays ahead with all that we're doing with AI, because the best approach is to have the strongest defense be ahead, and that's what we've done as an example with cybersecurity. You need to be ahead of those who might want to disrupt, take things down, and attack in the wrong way. And so that requires a pro-innovation regulatory environment that doesn't put sand in the gears. We need to be bold and responsible, but we need to make sure that we have the ability to maintain the lead. Currently, we think the U.S. is ahead in models by at least a year, in chips by at least a year. But if we were here a couple of years ago, that gap was wider. It is narrowing, and we cannot take for granted that we will continue to be in the lead. That is point number one. Point number two is a geopolitical point. And I would say there's an issue that's actually present here today that fortifies for the concerns that Dario's raised. I've already noted that wherever I go, what I hear from heads of state is they want to be part of the digital transformation. What I didn't say is they want to work with companies in the U.S. They want to be aligned with the West, the values, the products, the services, the uplift that we provide. But they're also very clear that in the absence of us being there, they will be part of the digital transformation and they will partner elsewhere. And so I think it's imperative when we think about, for example, U.S. policy, the AI diffusion rule that came out a couple of weeks ago, how can we engage and work with our allies globally? It's about the technical infrastructure that enables the product solutions that reflect Western values. It's about the education that you can then also provide. So I think those are really key. And I absolutely agree with Dario that we should each see anyone running the public sector. There's a massive opportunity to deliver better services more efficiently in a way that says we are working for you. And the number of examples in provisioning service, doing it around the globe where you can respond in a more timely way to needs, whether it's payments, whether it's information that says we are working for you and we are doing it efficiently. And one of my favorite stats that has actually a bunch of lessons that come out of it is Google 20 years ago started on this journey of Google Translate. We now translate in 260 languages. We added 110 languages in the last 6 months alone as a result of AI. The point is, wherever we are, even, for example, in the state of Minnesota in the United States, when they said we want to be more productive, they asked us to deliver these services and solutions initially in 4 languages. They then added 26 more languages. We are there to serve. The other point is it's a vertical lift. So it underscores this 260 languages, 110 in the last 6 months. Anybody who's on the front foot of leading a company or a country, you need to move fast because that's what AI is doing. And if we're not, the other guys are.
All right, we're out of time, but Mark, I want you to give one final thought to wrap up how we're going to save Western democracy here.
Well, I would say that AI on balance is very good news for the Western democracy because it gives you access to a huge fund of wisdom and information. And many of my friends have shut off Google and are just using AI tools, even as a search engine, to get to the latest insights, etc. So I do believe we can be generally optimistic. The reason why voters are not any longer voting for the centrist parties and flocking to the extreme right and extreme left wing is because the centrist parties, the Liberals and the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, have not given answers to the two biggest issues of this time, and that is migration, one, and two, how to rebalance climate change with making sure that our economies stay competitive. And if we don't do that, and the centrist parties are not allowing for answers to these questions, then it is not the voters turning in the wrong way, it is the centrist parties delivering a bad deal. And this has nothing to do with AI, this is just basic politics. You have to deal with the issues the voters want you to deal with.
All right, thank you very much. Fabulous panel, fabulous discussion, lots of big topics. Thank you all, and now let's go have lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
production of the future. We need a lot of copper for the electrification. We need lithium. So therefore, the more they are distributed around the world, the more these countries are not only mining, but also refining at home, processing at home and sell it much more expensive rather than just a raw material, which is a lazy way to do it, is very good for their economies, for the diversification of these sources, and for all of us. Just wanted to make this point as well.
Thank you so much for setting the stage further. I'd like to now go to Mr. Sorensen at the Novo Nordisk Foundation. The company is more known in the medical sector, but the foundation is now, I understand, expanding its focus also on the clean energy sector. Tell us more.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. I'm not a philanthropist. I'm a capitalist, but with a long time perspective. I come from the industrial sector, and hence our view is very much influenced by the fact that we view things from a practical perspective. I'll be short in consideration of time. I'll just tell you what we are engaged in. It is primarily from a European perspective, but I believe that the solutions and the initiatives that will come out of our activities will have global implications. First, we are trying to develop biologic processes which can convert CO2 captured from point sources to different kinds of usable raw materials, for instance, fermentation media, which means that we can reduce the amount of sugar and the amount of agriculture that goes into fermentation, and hence we get a double positive effect. Such applications will, of course, also be useful anywhere in the world. We take a very strong interest in nuclear. We believe we will not be able to resolve the challenge that we have without expansion of nuclear. And in particular, we are looking at small modular reactors as an opportunity to expand capacity, but with the distributed location together with industrial clusters. We are willing to participate in testing and commissioning of such new reactors to demonstrate to the world that they are feasible. We also take an interest and are starting to invest in fusion. We believe, actually, if we can believe our American colleagues, that the timeline is shorter than we think before it might prove its case, and therefore maybe in 10, 15 years prove an alternative. We're investing in supercomputing, artificial intelligence, machine learning to simulate energy systems, to ensure that we can analyze and implement energy efficiencies in housing, in industry. We can improve productivity in industry, and we can improve productivity of the public sector. And finally, we're trying to build a quantum computer, which is based on life science algorithms, will be able to make breakthroughs in the world. For instance, learn how nitrogen is fixated from the air, that the plants can do it. We should be able to do it. And hence we can manufacture fertilizers in a much, much more harmless way than it is currently being done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving to Mr. Singh and TPC. India is growing fast. There's also large clean energy ambitions. What is the role of your company in all that?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for inviting me here. As all of you will be knowing that India has taken a lead role for the transition, and it is one of the largest economy and the fastest growing economy which has really come up to the Paris Agreement, and in fact we have revised upward. The government has announced, our Honorable Prime Minister has announced about 500 gigawatt going up to 2032. As far as NTPC is concerned, we are the largest power generating company, supplying 25% of the total electricity. In just a second, I can tell you that this population, what we are feeding is around 350 million people, which is the entire Europe on that size. And as a company, we are quite committed for the growth of the renewable and the fastest growth of the renewable. So we had a target of 60 gigawatt of the renewable energy by 2032. As of now, we have 4.5 gigawatt of the solar plus wind, which is commissioned, and 14 gigawatt is under construction. Along with that, it's not only this solar plus wind, but also we are now entering into the nuclear. And as was mentioned, both whether it's going to be SMR or whether it's going to be the conventional one. And the another one is that we are also working for the circular economy, which is doing the carbon capture and utilizing the green hydrogen. The Government of India has come out with a very ambitious plan of the green hydrogen mission, and we are working now on the producing the green hydrogen through the solar power because we have a very good potential on that, and that will be going in a long way to reduce the carbon footprint on that. Overall, our suggestion, Jaina, from particularly from my side, will be that one of the key factor is that what Fatih just mentioned, and Fatih has been tremendous, terrific on this all data and the kind of analysis, and then pushing forward that what should be doing. I think the single point is that how we can have the low-cost, long-term financing, which can really help both underdeveloped as well as the developing economy to accelerate this transition. I think that will be kind of the equitable for the whole humanity rather than only for one country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll move to Mr. Virot.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a...
company, but active across emerging markets. How can we scale private investments in clean energy in some of these markets, from your experience?
Yeah, I think here it's important. We talked about this, if I've made mention here already, about the security versus the energy transition. I think kind of you have to first get the energy security because to get society up and running, and that's what we've seen. So we are helping industries in those new economies getting stable and reliable power, because that's when also investors are willing to put in capital so that you can grow growth and industry. So helping that stable energy grid, but then I fully agree that the next step need to be that energy transition when so kind of to skip one level and jump straight with all the additions that are needed in the future that goes into renewable energies. And I think but for us, I would also say on a global scale, we are part of also the CO Alliance group, where we're looking at many companies are able to reduce their energy emissions or the CO2 emissions at the same time while growing the revenue. And I think that's an important part. So the kind of the energy transition it's a business case, so you can do it while you're running a business because the technology does exist. It is available. And sometimes that's one of my big frustrations, that we don't always use the technology that we have developed over the years, especially in the field of energy efficiency. So there I kind of, and my call and ABB's call also is to help industries to become both leaner, more productive, but also cleaner. And we do that through electrification in a greater scale of using kind of doing this electrification of everything, because that's how you're able to drive efficiency, but is also able to reduce your carbon footprint and operations. And I'm happy to see that, as you say, all the companies part of the alliance are able to do it. So it's more to use that power of innovation that sits in the industry. Financing needs to be there, but I would really try more to, instead of coming with very detailed programs how to fix things, use the power of innovation of the industry, because I believe we also as private companies can help really to drive this energy transition much faster. So that's I hope that's also now been the theme of this event.
Thank you so much. Madam Minister, Minister Masudi, your country is endowed with many sources of clean energy, and you're of course using them already, but how can you turbocharge it for the benefit of your country and also for the benefit of the continent? Over to you.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to talk about the Democratic Republic of Congo, which I consider as a solution providing country facing all these climatic challenges. We have the potential to rescue mankind. Our forests are absorbing more than 25 gigatons of CO2 production, which we're not responsible for, as was said earlier by the professor. And we have 10% of the sweet water resources. Our Congo River represents 41,000 cubic meters of flow per second, which means that with the other rivers, we can have 100,000 megawatts of potential. The Dinga Dam supplies 44 megawatts. We also have critical minerals, which allow us to walk towards the energy transition. Now, I'm talking about my country as a potential country and a potential for investments. Holland has a potential for photovoltaic energy that exceeds that of Africa. And photovoltaic energy in Africa means that's where we need to go. That's where we need to invest. And we have investors in this room. Please, this is an investment opportunity. This would be also an investment with a very large ROI. So it's a great opportunity for investment. In our country, we have the strategies to fight the earth warming, preserving our forests and increasing energy production. We need to decrease the pressure on our forests, the wood from which is also used as energy. We have a national agency for energy services in the rural areas, which use hybrid energy, hydroelectric plus photovoltaic energy sources. 14% only of the population in our country have access to energy, but an increasing number of households are turning towards photovoltaic energy sources. And we also want to use the hydroelectric power sources, very powerful, that can be used for mining industry, for instance, where we don't want to use fossil fuels. And electricity for the public grid is based on photovoltaic energy, but we have here big investment opportunities. So I really would like to turn to all the investors, all the businessmen that I just heard, and ask them to come and invest in our country. There is the potential, and it's not enough. I mean, it's all very well to have the potential, provided you have the technology and also the transportation resources, because energy is not something that you produce and then you store it and keep it. You have to ship it or take it somewhere else, and we need investments to provide a chain where energy can be produced locally, but then can be ferried where it's needed. And so we need the technology to transport the energy towards people who are going to consume it. And that's as much as I can say regarding our country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The way we face the climate-related changes, we are providing nature-based solutions to try and keep the Earth temperature below an increase of 1.5 degrees and zero carbon by 2050 and a carbon-sober economy.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Merci infiniment.
Madam Minister, I would like to thank all the panelists. Clearly, we only scratched the surface. What is important, we had a great announcement here, and there was across this panel a clear ambition to get there, and you can rest assured that also the World Economic Forum will keep working on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, don't start the clock already. We only have 45 minutes. That is not fair on the panel. Great. Well, thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to see you all. I hope you're all having a profitable Davos, as my colleague Richard Quest would say. Lowering the temperature in the Middle East. We have 45 minutes to discuss that. I think Fuad has a comment on that, and I'm sure you'll get that. You said to me earlier on, 45 minutes. We spent 45 years trying to lower the temperature in the Middle East, so I'm not sure how much we can achieve in this, but we'll do our best. Give me just a couple of minutes to set us up, because this is important. There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. Lenin's words feel especially poignant as we reflect on the Middle East's recent whirlwind of events. In the final weeks, of course, of 2024, we saw a fragile ceasefire in Lebanon, the formation of a new government, and a significant weakening of Hezbollah. Seismic change followed in Syria with the ousting of Bashar al-Assad and the establishment of a transitional government, of course. And as we entered 2025, a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, broken in part by President Donald Trump ahead of his return for a second term as US president. Questions. Can the ceasefire in Gaza evolve into a durable solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Will Syria's new government bring stability and inclusivity for its people and security for the wider region? How will Iraq manage its relationship with Syria, with Iran, and with the new Trump administration? Will the deal-maker-in-chief cut his own version of a deal with Tehran? It isn't clear as we speak today what Donald Trump's policy in the Middle East, the wider Middle East, will be, save for saying that he wants peace in the region and that normalization deals, he says, are key to that. What is clear is that, like it or not, the region is Donald Trump's policy in the region will have huge consequences. But since his last term, the region does have a new dynamic, regional solutions for regional problems. At least that is the narrative. Enter Dateline, Riyadh, Doha, Abu Dhabi, Ankara. What influence will we see from these countries? And what role Europe in the region's shifting dynamics? There is a lot to unpack with what is my expert panel today. Ayman al-Safadi is the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Jordan. Fuad Hussein is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iraq. Assad Hassan al-Shaibani is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Syria. Varsan Aghabigian is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Palestinian Authority, and Jean-Noël Barrot is Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. Right. Let's start with a very simple question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how optimistic are you that we can lower the temperature in the Middle East, in the region, in 2025? Ayman.
Wow, you want to give us 45 minutes to address all of that. Good luck to you and all of us doing this. I think, look, we have opportunities. If everybody do their part right, I think we can lower the temperature. We've already seen significant changes in many parts of the region. We have the ceasefire in Gaza now, which we all must do everything we can to make sure it holds. So I think if everybody does their bit, I think we're really facing a very, very good opportunity to move forward. I'm reluctant to put a percentage. I know you're going to push me, but I think if we all do our parts, we have an opportunity that we haven't had for a long time now.
Cautious optimism.
Cautious optimism.
Fuad.
I must be realistic about this. We have got challenges and opportunities. Opportunities because we have got already ceasefire in Gaza, ceasefire in Lebanon. Is it possible to transfer or change the ceasefire into peace agreement? Is it possible to transfer the ceasefire in Lebanon into peace agreement with Lebanon? These are questions. These are challenges. Anyhow, we have got some opportunities nowadays, but at the same time, the change in Damascus also offers many opportunities. So how are we going to deal with that? All of us, in the first place, of course, the Syrian people, but also the situation in Syria is interconnected with the situation in Iraq and Jordan and other countries.
So on a scale of 1 to 10? How optimistic are you?
Anyhow, as I said, these opportunities, they are first steps towards some solutions. But at the same time, we must be realistic about the change of the administration in Washington and the situation in Iran. So
cautious optimism.
There is another challenge which is ahead.
Minister.
Yes. Depending on what happened in Syria, of course, we are very optimistic for the future of Syria. Regarding our country, we can say that we are 1 of 10. We can say 10. And regarding for the Middle East, we can say 8 to 9. And regarding to the world, we can say 7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister Barrow.
So I would say 5 out of 10. I think we've gone half of the way by lowering the temperature in the Middle East over these past few weeks with a ceasefire in Lebanon, a ceasefire in Gaza, a regime change in Syria. But all this will only be sustainable if this comes with political solutions. So putting an end to brute force that gave way to diplomacy and negotiation was a very important and significant first step. But there is still a lot of work to do to make sure that this is durable and sustainable.
Awesome.
I'm also cautiously optimistic, but I will say 6, but under the condition that there is a new outlook on what peace entails and what a genuine peace process means.
Right, so thank you. I'm pleasantly surprised, but perhaps I shouldn't be, that we've got some cautious optimism. I mean, I said more than cautious optimism, but that's good. That's a good place to start. So, Varsan, let's come back down this line and start with Gaza. How confident are you that this deal will go beyond even this first week of this first stage, and that we can, in any way, expect to get a durable peace at the back end of it? And what role Donald Trump now as new US president?
Well, things are very unpredictable and it can go either way. But what we hope as Palestinians, and for saving lives, that this ceasefire becomes a permanent position that would lead us to something bigger. Now, President Trump is a key player. And the USA can do a lot, and we've seen it in the last week. So, but President Trump and the team in the United States need to, again, understand what it means to have Palestinians have a palatable peace process. A palatable peace process means understanding the rights of the Palestinians.
Is it your sense that they care?
Rights. They can if there is enough work from the region, from our brothers and sisters, from the international community, on talking about the durability of a sustainable peace. If you want a sustainable peace, then it has to have parameters that are different than what was thought before on either continuing the status quo in the Middle East or really achieving a sustainable peace.
So what you're saying is we cannot just dust off what was a Kushner plan back in 2020 for a solution to the conflict?
Yes, what was there on the table in 2017, 2018 will not bring us peace. Not for the Palestinians, not for the Israelis, not for the region.
Ayman, how confident are you about getting through this first stage and a push towards a day after deal?
Look, I think we're going to see a bottom-up pressure from the people on both sides to ensure that the ceasefire holds, because you know, we cannot forget the hell it has been last year for everybody. So I think as we see the first stage implemented, I think people are going to see the benefit of sticking to the deal, and I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on the politician. I think it is key that also we understand that there is real misery on the ground in Gaza. So being able to bring into Gaza sufficient aid on scale in time is something that's going to be extremely important in creating an environment that would push even harder for the solution, for the ceasefire to hold. In general, I think we got all to learn from the past. We cannot just keep doing what we did before and expect things to go in a different direction. That's not going to happen. Ultimately, we cannot go to pre-October 7 reality, because it is the reality that is the context in which what has happened since then happened. So I think we've got to look at what is it that we can do to make sure that nothing that has happened on and 6 October 7 happens again. And for that, we need to give political horizon. We need to restore hope. We need to navigate through the dehumanization and hatred that has taken root in a much, much deeper way. And we need to offer a solution. I think a key factor here is the new Trump administration. And let's be honest about it. It was the Trump team that pushed the parties across the finish line for the deal. President Trump is saying, I want to be a peacemaker, and that is something on which we're fully aligned, with which we're fully aligned, and we're going to be partners for President Trump in pursuing a peace. We have to understand what would it take to ensure that that peace lasts and is comprehensive and it's just and it is fair and it is peace between people, not just official documents signed. And for that to happen, people have to accept it. And for people to accept it, it has to address the legitimate rights of Palestinians, one last thing, for freedom and statehood, and also address Israel's concern about security and positioning in the region. I think we can do that. We have enough solutions that have been put on the table. As I told you before, Becky, we're not short on ideas, we're short on will. Are we going to garner that will and act together collectively in the region, in Europe, in the United States, across the world, and take advantage of the new spirit of hope that we see in the whole region, in Lebanon, in Syria, and other places?
I was in Doha on the announcement of the ceasefire. Steve Witkoff was there. He was in the room with the Prime Minister of Qatar. He clearly has a very good relationship with him. As we understand it, he may go into Gaza to try and ensure the implementation of at least this sort of second stage of the first phase, as it were. But Donald Trump has already said he isn't confident that this deal will hold, this truce will hold. Does that worry you?
Look, I mean, there is a chance it will not hold. We're already seeing some signs of failure to commit to what was agreed on in the deal. But I think it is in everybody's interest that the deal holds. I think we have an opportunity on which we can build. And if it doesn't hold, then what's the alternative? And as we talk about Gaza and the risk of the ceasefire not holding, which is dragging not just Gaza into hell again, but dragging the whole region into the anxiety and uncertainty and chaos that we've seen, there is also the West Bank on which we need to keep an eye. What's happening with the West Bank is extremely dangerous. As Gaza, sort of witnesses a degree of end of fighting, we don't want to see that fighting on the West Bank leading to its explosion, because if it does, then we'll find ourselves in the same place. What I want to say is that I think history has proven that security approach will not solve the problem. How many years, decades, has Israel relied on security approaches to ensure that there's no re-eruption, and it did not work. So now I think I go back to what John Noel said. We need a political solution. We need a political vision. We can all rally around it in a very pragmatic, practical way, and anchor it in an understanding that in order for the peace to hold, to be real, all sides have to feel that they've gotten their legitimate rights fulfilled. And that's something to which in the region, in Europe, and I think everywhere else, we're fully committed.
And you and I have been talking on an almost daily basis over the last 18 months about your concerns about the conflict in Gaza metastasizing. It's been, it's been really sort of, good to see what's happened in Lebanon, what's happened in Syria. We're going to find out from you, Fouad, what the perspective is from Baghdad. But I see where you're at on what's going on the West Bank at present. And Varsan, let me just bring you back in here before I get to everybody else. Despite, or maybe because of the ceasefire, Israel has launched a significant operation in the West Bank, particularly in Jenin. Are these acts, to your mind, meant to further undermine the PA in the eyes of the Palestinians on the West Bank? Seen by some, the PA is seen by some as collaborators with Israel at present, just as conversations about what the day after in Gaza might look like. What's your sense?
I think what is happening in Jenin is very unfortunate, and it's a deliberate attempt by Israel to undermine the Palestinians in general, and we're hearing it. They don't shy away from voicing it. They're telling us very clearly, we're done with Gaza for the time being. We don't know for how long, because they are also voicing that they are going back into Gaza. But now it's a time on the West Bank, and we will do on the West Bank what we have done on the Gaza Strip. And this is very worrying for the Palestinians. The Palestinian Authority was trying to contain the violence on the West Bank, but now the Israelis come in and they certainly undermine everything the Palestinian Authority was doing.
Assad, I'm going to bring you in here at this point. I think it's important that we don't park the Gaza story, clearly don't park the Israel-Palestine conflict, and don't park any conversations we might want to have about the day after at this point. But Assad, you are here, Minister, in Davos for the first time, representing a transitional government in Damascus. It says it has come to power for all Syrians and for a new Syria. What does the international community, especially the new Trump administration, need to do to support this government? And how do you guarantee to Syrians and the international community, from whom you are expecting a great deal of help, that you are willing to work both internally and around the region to help ensure security?
Yes, thank you. First of all, what's happened in Syria, we are now in 50 days. We bring the hope for all the Syrian people, and also we bring the hope for all the world and for the region. And we were bombed and tortured and displaced during 14 years. And what happened, of course, is to bring stability and security for Syria and for all the region and the world. Of course, what we are looking for from the Trump administration that to support the stability and security by removing the sanctions imposed on the Syrian people, and also all the Syrian people has positive expectation from the new administration regarding the supporting the political process and also supporting the new road and new future of the Syria.
So, Minister, let me stop you there. How much contact have you had with this new administration? Clearly, it's only 4 days old, but I mean, it's been, you know, in a stage of transition now for a couple of months. And how realistic do you believe it will be that some, if not all, sanctions will be lifted?
Yes, the sanctions now, it's turned into against the Syrian people. In the past, the sanctions imposed against the Assad regime because of the torturing people in Sinai and other prisoners. But after the overthrow of the Assad regime, it turned against the Syrian people. But now, removing sanctions, it's the key actor and the key of our development vision, and also the key for a new road for the Syrian people.
What contact have you had with the members of the new administration, if any? Have you been in contact?
Yes. Yes.
What are they telling you?
It's important actor in the region, and who want to perceive the stability and security in the region, they should talk with Damascus.
Have they been in contact with you?
Yes.
Yes. Can you give us any sense of what's been said?
No.
Fair enough. Let me bring Minister Fuad Hussein in at this point. I'm coming back to you. You've been instrumental in navigating Iraq through complex regional dynamics, advocating for national sovereignty and for regional cooperation. What is your view about what is going on in Syria? What danger do you believe there is in any instability that there may be there spilling over into your country? And again, what's your perception of where the Trump administration's policy will lie in the Middle East going forward? I mean, you will need to speak to the new Trump administration. You will need to talk about US troops in Iraq. What's your sense?
Let me first mention that the Syrian security and Iraqi security are very much interlinked. And that has to do with the past, but also the current situations. And we had good discussion with my colleague Assad about the security situation inside Syria, but also security situation inside Iraq, and the point which we have mentioned, or the subject which we discussed, had to do with ISIS fighters inside Syria. In fact, we have seen that ISIS territory has been extended inside Syria. ISIS fighters and terrorist fighters, they were able to control more weapons because of the fact that Syrian army collapsed. So they collected a lot of weapons, and some new elements joined ISIS. That's according to our information. And the ISIS terrorist fighters, they are on our border as well as on the border with Jordan. So that point is worrying us, and I guess it is worrying also our friends in Damascus. We need a kind of cooperation, how to deal with this threat, because the threat, it is true, they are on the other side of the border, but they have got also their people inside Iraq. So that is one of the issues. The other issue is, of course, as we mentioned many times, stability in Syria. It will be in the benefit of the Iraqi people and Iraqis. So we hope that, and we respect the will and wishes of the Syrian people, but at the same time, this new situation, the current situation in Syria, it needs cooperation and with various countries, and Iraq is included. We are ready to cooperate with the new administration in Syria, and we hope that they will have some steps towards establishing a political process, and the political process which we are talking about has to do with the being inclusive. And when we are talking about inclusive, we are talking about the various components in Syrian society, because at the end, stability, it means stability in all parts of Syria. Stability, it means stability for all components in Syria.
And let's talk about northern
Syria.
We
are not talking only about Damascus. I am talking about various areas in Syria.
Yeah, and let's talk about northern Syria. We know the US-backed Kurdish forces in northern Syria are under increasing pressure at present from Turkey. Do you think Ankara will launch an offensive against these groups? And if they do, what is your positioning on this?
No, that will be dangerous. Why? For many reasons. In the first place, if there will be an attack on that area, so we are talking about, I guess, 20% of the Syrian area, which is under the control of Syrian Democratic Forces. Fighting in that area, it means more refugees coming to Iraq. We have got now 250,000 refugees from Syria, but in fact, these are registered. But in fact, we have got perhaps 700,000 Syrians in Iraq. So that means more refugees inside Iraq. Fighting in that area, it will threaten the prisons in that area. As it is well known, there are 26 prisons in that area, which is under control of the Syrian Democratic Forces. And in these prisons, we have got between 10 to 12,000 terrorists from ISIS and Al-Qaeda there. So imagine if those will be free or they will be released. Many of them, they are Iraqis. The others, they are Syrian and from other nationalities. What does it mean for ISIS, and what does it mean for the security in Iraq? And in fact, what does it mean for Syrian security? So there are many threats in that area. So that's why we hope that there will be negotiation. There were some contacts and discussion between Syrian Democratic Forces leaders and
do you expect
HTS leaders, but we hope that these negotiations, the process of negotiations will continue and they will reach some understanding.
Do you expect the brokered deal to withdraw US troops from Iraq will continue under this Trump administration? And at present, as we wait to see whether Donald Trump will broker his own deal on and with Iran. What's your perspective of how you might re-navigate your relations with Tehran?
And
2 questions.
It was a question for me. You see the first part of your question, how the new administration in Washington is going to deal with the U.S. troops in that area and in other areas. Of course, this is a question for the American to answer. But I think my belief is that they will be there. They will be there because the whole entire situation in Middle East is different than the first, let's say, Trump first administration. Now we are dealing with different challenges. And so I have the feeling that they will be in the area. And as for our relationship with the new administration, our relationship with the American government, American administration is based on the strategical agreement which we have. And on the basis of that framework, we will continue our talks and negotiation with the American side on various fields.
And with Tehran?
As for Tehran, of course, that is a question to the Iranian. But the tension between Washington and Tehran, it affects us directly, not indirectly. In fact, that's why we are rather worried about the tension, and we hope that both sides will choose different approach, and that's the approach of, once again, negotiating. But until now, I don't see any signal from Washington that they are ready to negotiate with the Iranian side, while the Iranians are giving that signal.
Well, let's see. Well, let's see. I mean, there's a chief deal maker who says that he wants to cut deals all over the place. So let's see how long it is before we start seeing the emergence of something on Tehran, if at all. Minister Barrot, let me bring you in here. I gave you a chance to sort of, give us a starter for 10 earlier on. So having listened to what we've heard from the panelists here, can you just share your assessment of where you see Gaza, perhaps more importantly, your perspective on the developments in Lebanon and how France plans to support that government going forward? And then critics say that European countries don't have the political will or capital to chart their own foreign policy goals separate from Washington. What do you say to those critics when it comes to Syria, Lebanon, Iran, in a Trump era 2.0?
So first, I say that this is not true, even though, of course, for all of us, the US are a key partner, but we're sovereign in our foreign affairs policy. And even though we constantly talk one with another, and we often agree, it sometimes happens that we are exactly aligned, but this doesn't prevent us from working together. Why do European countries care about what's happening in the Middle East, about the temperature in the Middle East? Well, because our national interests are indexed on the temperature in the Middle East. Among the key preoccupations of European citizens today is security and terrorism. And as far as France is concerned, 10 years ago, there was a massive terrorist attack that was initially prepared in Syria under the regime of Bashar al-Assad and by ISIS forces. At the moment when there are being a lot of talks in Europe about migration, well, these talks, they initiated in 2015 when the Syrian people, by millions, they fled from Syria, they fled the regime of Bashar al-Assad, and they found asylum in Turkey, in Jordan, in Lebanon, but also in Europe. So everything that happens in the Middle East, because we have the Mediterranean in common, so to speak, is of great interest to us. And that's why we see ourselves as partners in good times as in bad times. And I want to remind people here that France hosted the first humanitarian conference in Gaza 1 month after the 7th of October. And France also hosted the first international conference in support to Lebanon 1 month after the ground operations of Israel into Lebanon started. And now that we've achieved ceasefire, and get back to that, alongside with countries of the region, Arab countries, countries for the Gulf, we are willing to participate, whether it's Gaza, Lebanon, or Syria, in the reconstruction of those countries and to consolidate the political solutions that will go alongside those reconstruction efforts. As far as Gaza is concerned, it's been said already, it's a huge relief that there is a ceasefire that puts an end to the brute force that destroyed a huge part of Gaza, that made so many civilian deaths, and that allowed the partial release of hostages, and we're waiting desperately for the release of our 2 French hostages, hopefully in the weeks to come. Phase 2 will be challenging because we'll need to find a way for a civil administration of Gaza once Israel troops retrieve, and we'll need to start working on the 3rd step, which is the political solution that Ayman alluded to. And we're already working with Saudi Arabia and partners from the region ahead of the UN International Conference that will be held in June of 2025 in New York and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France.
What does France bring to the table? What's the offer?
Well, France is a permanent member of the Security Council, dedicated to to justice and international law.
Very specifically, I'm asking, what are you putting on the table in Gaza and for Gaza?
Oh, so depending on which stage you have in mind, like I said, we helped alongside, and I want to commend especially the efforts of Jordan to bring humanitarian help into Gaza, but we also helped foster humanitarian help among European countries during this international conference that we hosted. We're also in the front line to support the Palestinian Authority. We're one of the rare countries in the world to directly support the Palestinian Authority. And moving forward, we'll be here alongside countries in the region to try and solidify this political solution. We have not yet recognized the state of Palestine because we've said that this recognition needs to come at a time when indeed we get closer to the draft of a 2-state solution with mutual recognition and security guarantee.
That's not going to happen before June. So, I mean,
we're going to work hard
from that.
We're going to work hard for this June conference to be a decisive step towards an irreversible path towards the 2-state solution. And as far as Lebanon is concerned, what do we bring? Well, in Lebanon, we bring our long-lasting relationship with Lebanon that allowed us, alongside the US, to provide a formula for a ceasefire that happened 60 days ago. And that produced and that delivered results. With the mechanism that we put in place with the US, we've been able to operate or to trigger the first retreats of Israeli forces in the south of Lebanon and to push the Lebanese armed forces, supported by the UNIFIL UN mission, to operate the disarmament of Hezbollah in the south of Lebanon. We're 60 days past the ceasefire. Are we done? The answer is no. So we'll need more time to achieve the results. The good thing is that we also, alongside partners of the quintet, facilitated the election of a president for Lebanon. That was an essential condition to be met for the ceasefire to be sustainable, but also for the reconstruction effort to start, and basically for Lebanon or for the Lebanese people to take back control over their own destiny. But as was said earlier in the introduction, what worked in Lebanon is that everyone took their share of the risk, of the effort. Israel put an end to hostilities and now is removing its forces. The Lebanese armed forces went beyond what they had done so far and went actually to places where Hezbollah were storing ammunitions and destroyed those ammunitions. And UNIFIL also did their part. And the Lebanese political forces also sort of overcame their reluctance to work together to elect a president. So everybody did their part. That's why we're where we are now. But to do the other half of the way, we need people to keep taking their part of the risk.
Thank you. Look, I think the first reality we have to recognize is that everything in the Middle East is connected. Whether you talk about Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, all come together in terms of what causes tension to happen and the impact of positive progress. Number two, what happens in the Middle East does have a major impact on our neighbors in Europe. We are one region in reality, and we've seen that manifested through the impact of crises that we've had to live with. And I go back to my initial statement. There is a moment of opportunity if everybody do what they need to do to make sure that we are on a track that will give people hope of a promise of a better future where their legitimate concerns will be addressed. So, on Palestine, Gaza. Gaza, I said there's a ceasefire now. Everybody has an interest in that ceasefire holding. But remember, the challenges are enormous. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza who lost literally everything. Their homes, their schools, their hospitals, their neighborhoods, everything. So unless we come in together in a massive effort to start addressing those immediate needs, I think we're going to have suffered a tremendous failure as an international community. So we've got to do that. Number two, we need to watch the West Bank, and what's happening in the West Bank should not be allowed to lead to what has happened in Gaza. I.e., we cannot afford another war on the West Bank.
This is a national security issue.
This is a national security issue for Jordan, and it's also, a matter of grave security concerns for the whole region and the whole world. Yeah. So, again, what do we need to do? I think everybody knows what needs to be done. Let's think of a solution which will address the legitimate rights of both people. What is that solution? I think the majority of the world agree that the two-state solution is the answer. In the past, that solution has been paid much lip service, but no real action. On the grounds, we're seeing unilateral measures by Israel that rendering the two-state solution unviable, expansion of settlements, land grabs, suffocation of the PA. That is not conducive to peace. And I think, yes, Netanyahu government could speak of some military victories, but I think what we need to do is to think long-term. How do we create a Middle East in which everybody is safe and secure? You're not going to do that by security. You only do that by a political solution, and that's why I agree completely with John Noel. We need to have a plan to implement the two-state solution.
Let me just put this to you, because I do want to bring everybody back in. The West Bank is a national security issue to you. Syria has been a national security issue to you. And so let me just follow up here. Jordan's been providing refuge to displaced Syrians now for a long time, while also having to deal with the Captagon-fueled drug trade that really enriched the Assad regime. How hopeful are you about the current situation in Syria? And what are you doing very specifically to support the transitional government at this point?
Absolutely. Just one last sentence on the West Bank and Gaza, if I may, is that I think with the Trump administration, with the involvement of Europe, with a leading regional role, as you alluded to, yes, we want to have a leading role in addressing the crises of our region. But that doesn't mean we don't need our partners and friends in the rest of the world. So we can complement each other. We will do the heavy lifting, and we need our partners to support. On Syria, look, again, as you mentioned, Jordan has been in the middle of all the crises. We've been at the receiving end of every crisis in the region. With Syria, we suffered in the past, not only in terms of drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, we've suffered economically. So now we have a new era, and I do want to believe, and I believe that the new administration in Syria, after coming to shoulder this responsibility, knowing the pain and suffering that their people have gone through, I do believe that they want to succeed, and I do believe that they know that in order for them to succeed, they need to win the trust of their people, and they need to win the trust of the region and the international community. That is, to put it simply. So I think we have engaged very deeply with our Syrian brothers from the day go. We've had very, very good conversations. We have a lot of interests that are aligned. Now, terrorism is one common threat, and as Fuad said, we see Daesh rearming, regrouping. They've acquired a lot of weapons from the stockpiles of the Syrian army. That's a challenge to all of us, and we are already in discussion on how do we deal with that threat, not just among us, but also with our partners in Europe and the States, because that's a collective thing. Number two, drug trafficking is still happening to Jordan, and that's a tremendous challenge. But again, we're in discussion with our brothers in the new administration, and we have the same interest here in ending that threat, because it is a threat to both of us. What we have to remember, though, is that I think we owe it to the new administration to be a little bit patient. They've just taken their responsibility. It's an enormous task to run a country that has been really broken down.
Yeah, but how long are you going to give them? How long do you think the region is going to give Syria? How much support will they get, and how long will they be given?
Look, we're very supportive. As you said, we have 386 kilometers of border with Syria. We're working together and making sure there's a flow of trade, a flow of connecting infrastructure, electricity, gas, flow of aid. All that is happening. We've also had very good meetings. We decided to form committees not just on trade and other issues, but also on security and defense, water issue. The Syrian regime violated our water rights. But then again, we're patient. We're not going to push our friends now and say we have to solve it. We've got to give them time. But I think, and we have this conversation in full honesty, because look, we have an interest in Syria succeeding, not just because we care about Syria, which we do, but because what happens in Syria will have a direct impact on us. If Syria succeeds, we all benefit. If Syria, God forbid, collapse into chaos, we will pay the price probably more than anybody else. So that said, I think they are saying the right things, as I said. I mean, they want an all-inclusive government that represents and fairly protects the rights of all citizens. They need to build the states, and we're fully supportive to them. I think they know the urgency of moving forward more than anybody else, and we're there to support
Minister, how would you describe the support that you're getting very specifically at present from Qatar and Turkey? What is the influence? What are you being told from Riyadh?
Yes.
Who's offering what at this stage?
Yes.
More than just we hope we will help, as long as the new government looks like it's inclusive and it's going to work.
Yes, if you are interested in the Middle East, you can't ignore the importance of Syria. And if you want also to take authority of Syrian government, you can't ignore the concern of neighborhood. You understand our location, and also understand the neighborhood concerns. What we have been told in Riyadh and in all of our meetings in Damascus and abroad, that all the countries are interested in Syria, and they wish to Syria to be stable and secure, because the stability and the security of Syria, it will be its impact on the region. Of course, the infrastructure is destroyed by the Assad regime, and we understand the challenges, and we give the world a high expectation from our fast overthrow of Assad regime in 12 days, and we understand this, but the world also should be patient for us. Now we are just in 50 days, and of course we need a brilliant and a very good example of a new Syria, but we need also the support of international community and our country in our region.
You and I were at the same supper the other night with Javad Zarif, who wished the new Syrian leadership a lot of success.
Yes,
and this was his view, not perhaps a view from Tehran, but this was Zarif's view. He sort of overlooked the influence that Iran has had through its proxy Hezbollah, although he wouldn't admit to that, in supporting Assad in the past. But he certainly wished you the best. I wonder, how much are you prepared to have relations with Iran, if at all? What is your perception about where Syria should position itself with regard Iran at present? And to Minister Barrot, France, the UK and Germany have recently held talks with Iran aimed at potentially reviving the Iran nuclear deal. Javad Zarif told me at this same supper that Tehran is willing to engage with the new Trump administration, but insists that Washington must purchase its ticket back at the negotiating table, and he very specifically said the price has gone up. To which you say what? Let me start with you, and I'll come back to you, Assad. Let's start with Minister Barrot.
No, so earlier in the conversation, in the introduction, when you were speaking about the temperature itself generally, because we're seeing that there are different situations, even though they're all interconnected, and if the temperature seemed to have gone down across countries is also because the main source of temperature and instability has kind of broken down. And this is the Iran so-called axis of resistance.
Some will argue that Israel is also a reason for why we have had such significant temperature increases across the region. But anyway, I understand your point.
The very significant temperature increase over the past 2 years is the 7th of October that Iran supported, and the 8th of October regarding Lebanon, which is the attacks of Hezbollah against the north of Israel.
Yeah.
No, this does not sort of preclude Israel and its responsibilities, but the fact is that the axis of resistance has largely broken down. With respect to Iran, again, a topic that we're clearly going to keep working on very closely because it touches upon our own security interests. The nuclear program would generate massive security issues for Europe and the rest of the world. The ballistic program of Iran now generates direct security concern for some European countries. And that's why we've expressed to Iran with the British and the German partners of the E3 our willingness to move forward with tough negotiation that start with a full assessment that we requested from the Board of Governors of IAEA, and that will be presented early in the spring.
Is it your
sense a point or a starting point for decisions to come?
Is it your sense that the Foreign Minister has been given the green light by the Supreme Leader to negotiate a deal with the US? First question, because my sense was from Zarif that actually indeed is the case. To you, Fuad, I wonder whether you have been asked to or would be prepared to mediate in any US Tehran negotiations on a new deal. And overall, to the whole panel here, what are your hopes and fears for the Trump administration's policy towards Iran going forward? Just how important is it?
Listen, I hope he got a mandate because he has a mandate to negotiate with us. And in fact, I think this is the rational approach, because if it's not going to be a negotiation incorporating nuclear program, ballistic program, and regional aspects, then what's the alternative? The alternative is back to brute force. And brute force is unlikely to generate any positive solutions either for the region, for Iran themselves, but even for us, Europe and the US, because it's unlikely that we can sort all the problems caused by these nuclear and ballistic programs by brute force only.
Fuad,
it is well known that we are well connected to Washington, but also to Tehran. So if we will be asked to mediate, we will do that. And it will be in the interest of Iraq, but also in interest of the region and international, in the interest of international peace. We have been asked in the past during Biden administration to mediate, and we did it. In fact, I can say that now, because it is part of the history. We organized the last meeting between the Iranian side and the American in New York. It was through us that we approached the American side and the Iranian, and they had their meeting in New York.
Before the rapprochement between Saudi and Iran, of course. So, I mean, there's clearly a Riyadh opportunity for mediating this time.
Riyadh and Tehran, it was in Iraq that we have all these meetings. And we were also between Tehran and many other countries, by the way.
We're out of time, so I'm just going to literally ask you all, do you have confidence that whilst it is clear that what Donald Trump's policy towards the Middle East is going forward will have huge consequences for the region, are you confident that the region, and again, I bring in Dateline Riyadh, Dateline Abu Dhabi, Dateline Doha and the rest, you know, this new era, this new dynamic of regional solutions for regional problems. I mean, I don't know anybody who shuttles around the region more than you do. as you felt cautiously optimistic about the lowering of the temperature across this region, what role the region for its own backyard?
Look, we're trying everything we can. I think we're offering solutions, I think, on the premise of a very clear policy objective, which is to ensure peace and stability and therefore prosperity for our peoples. That is the objective. And to achieve that objective, I think we need to put everything on the table very openly, very frankly. A Palestinian-Israeli conflict is key. Unless we solve it, instability will continue to hover over our future. The key to solving that is two-state solution that fulfills the right of all. I think for Iran, the stakes are too high. And again, as John well said, military solutions do not solve issues. They only lead to more conflicts, particularly if the root cause of conflicts are not addressed. And Iran needs to appreciate there's a new dynamic in the region now, which means that everybody's got to play by the rules and no meddling in the affairs of other countries and respecting for their rights. I think Syria, we've got to all rally behind the new administration to make sure that the support as they also do what's right for their people and rebuild and respect the rights of all. Lebanon needs the support. Terrorism is a new threat that we all have to keep our eyes on, and we need to work on that. So I think in the region, we're ready to do the heavy lifting to solve the crisis of our region. We need our partners, but I think we do need the understanding from our partners that we know our region well, we know what it takes to achieve peace, and we need to be given the space to offer our solutions and to be listened to and not talked at as we approach those challenges.
It's been a pleasure. I mean, 24, 48 hours before the next stage of the first phase of the release of hostages in Gaza, the release of Palestinian prisoners in exchange, and the further surge in humanitarian aid. I guess I speak for this room when I say, you know, we all hope that this is going to work. I think if we can see progress, it seems to me, as we've been discussing, that if we can see progress on the ground in Gaza, that can cascade into a better atmosphere for at least, you know, a process for a solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, and all of this cascades, of course, through the region. It is a busy region. It is all interconnected. 45 minutes is not anything long enough, but as Fuad said, he spent 45 years trying to lower the temperature in the Middle East. So, I mean, we were only going to skate across the surface, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much indeed, and welcome to the Davos for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is a privilege to be here. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, we're really the pre-show for the show that's going to begin in just a little bit with President Trump. But we have two esteemed governors here. Uniquely, by the way, two governors whose parents were governors. We'll get into that in just a moment. We're going to have a conversation about the state of America, politics, and the state of states that are almost petri dishes, experiments throughout the United States for how to do business. And I think we're learning a lot. And we will learn a lot from both of them throughout the next half hour. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is here. She's the governor of Arkansas, as I mentioned. We were talking about parents before. She's the daughter of Mike Huckabee, who was the governor from 1996 to 2007. You may also know her as the Trump White House press secretary, 2017 to 2019. She's also, I should say, the first woman to serve as governor of Arkansas. Andy Beshear is also here. He's the governor of Kentucky, son of former Kentucky Governor Steve Beshear, 2007 to 2015. And he served as Kentucky's Attorney General from 2016 to 2019. He's also the incoming chair of the DGA. I want to get to states, and we're gonna do the elevator pitch, and we're gonna talk about how you're thinking about investment from outside of the country and everything else. But I want to start just with politics of this moment, because we're going to hear from President Trump in just a little bit, and I think there's a lot of questions about what we're going to hear and what it means to be America first right now. And so I want to read you a quote from a CEO who I spoke with actually Monday night, a foreign CEO, who said the following. I thought it was sort of a very provocative thought. He said, "We always liked and supported the idea of America as a leader. It is different if the framing is, as Trump says, America is the winner, because it means that there must be losers." And I'm curious how both of you, from a political perspective, given this moment that we're living in today and given the foreign investors that I imagine you hope are going to come to your state, think about that idea. Do you want to start?
Happy to jump in. First, I want to say thank you for having us, and excited to share the stage with a fellow governor and fellow Southern governor. So I think we have a unique perspective having grown up in politics. But I think when it comes to America first, the idea and certainly the perspective that the president comes with is that the rest of the world does win when America is strong. And the rest of the world does better when America has a strong economy, when we're providing good national security. Things like that matter to what happens across the rest of the globe. So America first, America winning, doesn't necessarily mean others are losing, but it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody that the leader of that country wants them to be successful. I'm the governor of Arkansas. I want Arkansas to win. I want Arkansas to do well, the same way I would imagine Governor Beshear wants Kentucky to do well. We are fighting to bring economic development, to bring investment, to succeed, to be at the top. And it should never be a negative for us to want to be at the top. And I think it's a good thing for the rest of the world when America as a country is strong.
What do you think?
Well, I think, and first of all, thank you to the World Economic Forum. First time Kentucky has ever been invited, and we are excited to be here and to introduce Kentucky on the world stage. I think whether this concept of American first is a good thing or a bad thing depends on how it's implemented. If it's implemented in a way that ensures that the American people have good jobs, quality health care, strong infrastructure, strong public safety, those are good things. But if it questions our alliances, especially our alliances with Europe that are critical to global stability, then it could be a concerning thing for the world, and the ultimate reliability and consistency that we need to do global business and ultimately live in as safe of a planet as we can. And so I think what we'll see as we go is there's always going to be some rhetoric, but exactly how it's implemented, what its implications are, and I think that's both what impact it'll have on the world and what impact it'll have on the American people. Because I think we'll talk about this more, but my belief, and we probably have slightly different ones, on why President Trump is president again, is that last group of movable voters had a gut check. and they believed that President Trump would make it a little easier to pay the bills at the end of the month. So do these policies raise prices, lower prices? I think that's a lot of what to watch as we move forward.
Talking about what to watch, what is your expectation, excuse me, of the possibility of tariffs and whether they are a negotiating tool or something else?
I think certainly the president, look, I think one of the really important things to look at is this isn't his first time. He's now coming in having been president before, and he knows some of the tools that he has in his toolbox that he was able to use successfully. And we saw a really strong economy under President Donald Trump. We saw relationships across the globe, in many cases, strengthen. Even if they didn't always like the way he said it and the way he went about it, it's hard to argue that his policies weren't effective and didn't make our country stronger. And so I think it's one of those things that he will use as a tool in his toolbox, and something that he can use in leverage in negotiations. At the end of the day, he is the ultimate deal maker. And I think that it is something that he will use as he's going about trying to make sure America comes out as...
Are you in the same camp? The only reason I mention this is there's another view, which is that it has to be a toll booth. And that there's a toll booth because when it comes to the budget and the deficit in the United States, that this may be a tool not just to negotiate with other countries, but a tool to collect revenue.
And parts of the administration just said that publicly. I think that when you look at this, no, these threatened tariffs aren't about trade imbalance. They're about leverage. Why? Because President Trump has been very clear that they're about leverage. But the impacts could go right to the reasons that he was elected, and could have some significant impact on that very quickly. So there's a threat of a 25% tariff on Canada. Well, that'll raise gas prices. There's a threat of a 25% tariff on Mexico. Well, that'll raise food prices. And when you look at the politics of inflation, what are the two things that Americans see? Well, first on every corner is gas prices, and then in the grocery store it is food prices. And so I think as the world watches, it's going to be important to know what the leverage being sought is, and not just following, say, a trade imbalance, but looking at what the objective is and whether or not there are any steps being taken or moving between the two countries to know whether that tariff is likely to come to be.
If I could, one thing that I think that is really important in that conversation, particularly when you're looking at gas prices, and one of the things that the president has talked about a lot just in the last couple of days is unleashing American energy. And I think having that balance is what makes a big difference. We saw that in the first Trump administration. We actually were no longer dependent on others for our energy resources. One of the best ways that we can be competitive is not to depend on other people for our energy. One of my dad, and knowing that we probably steal a lot of good material from our parents, having watched them grow up in this business, one of the most important phrases I think my dad said is a country cannot be free if they cannot feed themselves, fuel themselves, and fight for themselves. And that's something that I think Donald Trump fundamentally understands, is that America cannot truly be free. We cannot truly be sovereign if we do not have the ability to fuel our own country, if we don't have our own energy, if we don't have the ability to feed ourselves and we're dependent on someone else, and if we are relying on others to fight our battles for us. This is a president who understands it, and I think it's one of the biggest reasons that he's president today, because people are looking for that.
I have one more related question for you, and then I want to get deep into the issue of states, and both of your states specifically. But given your relationship with President Trump, I think you can speak to this. There's so many business leaders here in this room who are watching us here today and online and elsewhere. This time feels different in that he's now surrounded by business executives, many from Silicon Valley. I'm thinking of Elon Musk, but you could look at that inauguration and some of them had better seats than his own cabinet members. What is going on? What should we think of that influence? What does that mean? And how is it fundamentally different than the first time around, when a lot of those same people did not attend those things? Are they there because they want to be there? Are they there because they feel like they have to be there? Be honest. Tell us what you really think.
We probably have very different answers.
That's why I'm curious.
But certainly, I think that there is a much greater optimism that exists this time around than it did in 2016. And being one of the first people to go into the White House right after the president took the oath of office, fast forward 8 years being in D.C. just a couple days ago for the inauguration, there is a very different feel. There is a sense of excitement that wasn't as widespread as what you're seeing right now. You also have to look at the numbers. Donald Trump won by a historic margin and a big mandate to come into office. A Republican hasn't done that in decades. And so now it's not just that he's coming in with excitement, but he's coming in, frankly, with a lot of political capital. And this is a guy who's not afraid to spend it. You're seeing him move at a pace that is unprecedented. And I think it's in large part because of that level of engagement that you're seeing from a lot of people who weren't at the table the first time around.
I just want to push back on one thing. I don't disagree that there are people who are very excited about it. I think this idea of this wide margin is a different question. Yes, on a per-state basis, but in terms of electoral votes, but in terms of actual the population, much narrower, which I think raises this larger question of just how polarized the U.S. really is.
Yeah, and I know we don't have too many fact checks anymore, but I think basic math, when you look at the election, shows that yes, he won. And yes, there's energy there, but I think a historic margin just isn't in the math. Here's what I see. I see a campaign run by Donald Trump, probably pretty smartly, attacking big tech, attacking in many ways, certainly attacking Facebook or Meta and so many others. And now you see all those executives, sitting in those really good seats, which is really interesting from the company perspective. But it's also really interesting from the candidate and now the president perspective. And I think that it's just one example of how the day-to-day may change significantly and how we'll all have to be watching.
Okay, so here's the question about the day-to-day and the polarization. And that's where I wanted to go with this, because both of you are here selling the United States, but really selling your states. And there's a lot, and I want you to talk about what those selling points are in a moment. But there's a question about consistency, which is if the United States is going to be as polarized as it is at a federal level, if every 2 years or every 4 years, things may be flip-flopping back and forth and policies fundamentally change. By the way, you're dealing with it, or you may deal with it soon around EVs in your state, for example. How easy or hard is it for you to sell your state? And how should foreign investors think about investing in the U.S. given that polarization issue?
Well, first, let me say we'll disagree on federal politics, but I very much respect the governor because I know what she does day to day. Who your governor is, if you are a citizen of your state or you are a business in that state, is really much more important to you, in my belief, than any makeup of the federal government. That is the relationship that you have in location, in growth, in business climate, in workforce, and in so many other needs. It's the direct relationship that as an employer you have or that you should have. And so much of what we do on a day-to-day basis is driven by getting things done, being practical, and a lot of the politics, I believe, as a governor on the day-to-day running of our states disappear. Because good jobs, accessible health care, safe roads and bridges, safe communities, good schools, those are things that we've got to deliver whether we're red or blue. And I believe those are the things that should unify the United States, things that we can work on together, or at least I hope things that we can start working on before we start arguing. So the arguing doesn't tear us apart on getting those basics done. We're both here because foreign direct investment is critical in the United States. In the 1980s, Toyota put their first North American manufacturing facility in Kentucky. It is still the largest manufacturing facility worldwide. That changed everything in Kentucky. It was one of those investments that changes the next 30 years. I was blessed to have one of those when Ford and SK invested $5.8 billion to build 2 incredibly large battery plants. That'll be one of the next big movers. Both required foreign investment. And while we're here, we get to talk to CEOs directly here at Davos that have thousands of jobs in our states. I've talked to CEOs that are from 3 different continents that I can talk to in one place. So for us, being here is good business. There are going to be lots of other reasons to come. but the chance in a short period of time to communicate with, to continue the trust with, to find out the different concerns, to hopefully announce some expansions. That is a real value for governors to be in the room with business.
But Governor, let me just push back on this point, which is, and the reason I mentioned the EVs, you know, one of the things that Trump did very early on, just in his executive orders, to put a freeze on unspent money for charging stations. You've embraced the EV industry in a major way. The Biden administration was a big proponent of EVs. You were a beneficiary of that, and I imagine, you know, that foreign companies, foreign automakers thought, you know, this is what I'm going to be doing, and now the policy is going to change. And so how you think about that is, as you sell your state, knowing that there's this federal overlay that may be shifting. And the question is, do we think that over time it's going to start shifting all the time?
The federal overlay may be shifting, but the private sector and its direction is not. Now, EVs were picking up steam before the Biden administration, and they're going to continue after the Biden administration. The speed may be different. The government dollars coming in may be different. A lot of people have tried to fight the future. Nobody's ever won. We know this is a big part of the future. And as the CEO of Volvo said this week, if you're not brave enough to invest before the inflection point, you get left behind. And so that growth in the EV industry, whether government dollars are coming in or not, was never going to be linear. But the importance of being in it, especially as we see more chargers and the cost will come down, even if the credits aren't there. When it takes off, we know we're going to be a part of it. And we got that $5.8 billion investment before the IRA was ever passed. And so while it is helping the cash flow, certainly, of it, you know, this is the private sector on sustainability, on electrification, has been pushing and driving and will continue to do so.
Governor, what's the elevator pitch?
I think one of the things, and certainly completely agree with the governor, it's so important for us to have the opportunity to come in and talk about what our state has to offer. And we're so directly connected. I think one of the reasons that things like the government subsidizing individual sectors within private industry is dangerous is because exactly what you're seeing with electric vehicles. We shouldn't be putting our thumb on the scale, but instead that's why states and the fundamentals and the things that we have to directly offer, like our workforce, like our ability to supply energy, that's what allows us to be competitive and make a difference. The pitch we're making is that come to Arkansas, because there you can grow your business to be anything that you want it to be. That's, I think, what a lot of governors are talking about and selling. We've invested and spent the last 2 years since I became governor focusing heavily on education, because I know that that's what's going to make a huge difference in our ability to recruit and retain big companies, is whether or not we can provide the workforce that they need and that they will demand in order to be successful. And we didn't just tinker with the system. Frankly, Arkansas continually ranks at the bottom when it comes to education. We've always been 48th, 49th, all the places that you don't want to be. That's where we found ourselves. And so we didn't just make a little bit of an adjustment. We put in transformational change so that we're now competing at the top. Arkansas is now #1 when adjusted for cost of living for teacher pay anywhere in the country. So we invested heavily in public education. At the same time, I'm a mom. I have 3 kids. And just within my own home, I know that not all 3 of my kids learn the same. So I know that all the kids within my state aren't going to learn the same. And a parent should have the ability to choose where and how their kid can best be educated. Arkansas also is opening up universal school choice that will start this year. We've invested significantly in literacy programs that will take Arkansas from the bottom to hopefully moving up into the top sector, because those are places that I know that if we invest in the fundamentals, that will be what makes the determination of whether or not a company can thrive in our state. The other thing I love to say is we're home to Fortune #1. A lot of people love to brag about their companies. A place like Arkansas, you can go from being a 5 and dime store to being the biggest Walmart, in case you didn't know. Arkansas is home to Walmart, the biggest company on the face of the planet. And so if that can happen there, then any company can come there, grow, and thrive.
And when we're talking about Kentucky, we're on the biggest, best economic development win streak in our lifetime. We've broken every record for private sector investment, new jobs, wages, exports, tourism, so come see us. But when you look at our trajectory, it's incredible. We're not the same Kentucky we were 5 or 10 years ago. And so we've even launched an initiative called Our New Kentucky Home, one where we leave the stereotypes of the past in the past. We embrace this new, exciting economy that we have, and we take everything we love about our home and we invite you to join. It's a place that so many companies that are locating their first U.S. facility choose. It's a place where many companies that have a North American headquarters choose. We're in a great logistics area. You can reach 60% of the U.S. population in a one-day drive. We're #1 in air cargo by the ton between UPS Worldport and Northern Kentucky International Airport. They call it the Cincinnati Airport. It's on our side of the river. But that is DHL's North American headquarters in Kentucky. So we embrace foreign direct investment. We embrace expansions of what we already have. And when you come to Kentucky, it is long-term. We want you to be successful. We want you to grow. And it looks like last year were the highest profits our Kentucky-based businesses have ever seen. And we think that's a good thing. Because if you're really profitable in Kentucky, you're going to expand. You're going to hire more people, and you're going to create a better life for the Kentuckians that have been elected to serve.
That's the sales portion of the panel.
Thank you for that.
No, I want to give you the opportunity to do it.
You can see the competitive spirit that we have, because that's exactly one of the, I think, differences of being a governor, is that you're going out and you have to be the chief salesperson, the chief spokesperson for your state. But one of the things I think that you'll see that is common between the two is a lot of people are fleeing the coast and coming to the heartland. They're looking for a lot of that relationship-driven effort that you're going to see displayed. And one of the things that we're constantly talking about, and why events like this are important, because it allows us to talk directly and one-on-one with companies that we're hoping.
What's going on with labor in both of your states? And the reason I ask, right-to-work states, you're a right-to-work state.
We're a right-to-work state.
You increasingly have a whole bunch of unions that didn't exist before when Toyota first showed up. How does that change the dynamic?
Well, I think you're going to hear some differences here. I'm a pro-union governor. I believe that when businesses and unions will have good dialogue, really good things can happen. I've seen a big transformation over the last several years. We are a right-to-work state much more recently than Arkansas, but certainly the construction of these amazing facilities, Ford and SK's 2 battery plants will be what I believe are the 2 largest in the United States, and they are pretty close to the size of anything in the world. I can't do the kilometers, but one of them is 0.9 miles from one end to another. It's really amazing. I've seen businesses that have never used union labor before use them, especially in some of these instances, and pledge to use them moving forward. But it is about establishing that good working relationship, the open dialogue. And I know it's not easy, but when it works, I believe the workforce, whether it's on the construction side, can be steady. You can bring people from all over the United States, and that there is a real opportunity there. In Kentucky, we've seen our union workforce grow each of the last 2 years. And I think we're going to see it for a.
How much pushback do you get on the union piece? I mean, I assume there are companies that come to you and they look at the state and they say, you know what, maybe I got to think about a state that doesn't have a union.
I haven't had a company bring up right to work in locating in Kentucky. Now, it is the law there, and that could be a part of it. But I think that what you see are some companies we have. I mean, we have automakers, some of which are not unionized in Toyota. They pay good wages, good benefits, and then you have Ford, which pays good wages and good benefits. Ford has embraced for much of their history their labor union. They believe that it helps recruit and train their workers. Toyota has a different approach, but they coexist in the same state.
We're a right-to-work state, extremely proud to be in that position. I think that one of the reasons that Arkansas is the #1 state in the country for economic growth is because of that. One of the #1 state in the country that people are moving into in the last year was Arkansas. You hear a lot about other places, but I think that is one of the big drivers for companies that are coming in, not just coming, but staying, investing, and making long-term commitments to our state. And we're proud of that fact, and we'll continue to lean into being a right-to-work state.
I'm curious about what you think about what some people are describing here in Davos as a vibe shift around the topic of ESG.
That's the word of the last 3 years. Vibes.
Vibes, right? Vibes. No, but a vibe shift, because I would say here in Davos, and you know, I know you said this is your first time
Yes.
here. The topic of ESG and companies that were pursuing efforts in that realm was topic A here every single year, and it feels like that is shifting in the United States, in part because of this election. And I'm curious how you think that's going to impact states and how they react to all of this.
I think you've seen a huge shift away from that, from corporations, not just in the U.S., but everywhere. And I certainly think that is reflected here. At the end of the day, people want to know, can you deliver? Can you deliver on the products that you promise? Are you going to be able to perform at the level that they expect? Not whether or not you're checking some arbitrary boxes. And so I think it is a huge shift that we've seen over the course of the last several years. I think it's one of the reasons Donald Trump is president, because he wasn't afraid to call those things out. He wasn't afraid to go against some of the political correctness and do what he felt was right.
So what's going to happen in your state? For example, I mean, DEI is something, you know, on a federal level, it was just an executive order to get rid of it.
Well, two very different things.
But relates to the...
I've always believed that the private sector is private. And if you believe it helps your business to have a diverse workforce, and you want to put in policies that help attract that diverse workforce, well, again, you're part of the private sector. If you believe it helps you, then the state that you're working with should support you. I believe that sustainability was being driven by the private sector before the Biden administration. It may have had a bump during it, but it's continuing after. Every Kentucky employer that I've met with here has talked to me about sustainability, has said it is still one of their goals. Why? Because their downstream customer demands it, because their ultimate parent company demands it. And for me, if you're a Kentucky business, I'm not ideological about it. I'm trying to meet your needs so that you will stay and grow in Kentucky. If you're a new business and you say, we want to bring 400 jobs to Kentucky, but we need our energy portfolio to look like this. Well, if you think about it almost in terms of business, if you're a state trying to attract it, it's your job to go out and make sure your energy portfolio can meet those demands. Sustainability is going to be a part of the future. It's going to be demanded by most companies that are going to locate in different places. And I want people to know that Kentucky's not going to get caught up in national debates about it. But if it's a need you have as a business, we're going to meet it for you.
If I could just add one thing, I do agree that I think one of the important distinctions is the private sector should be private. That's one of the big problems, is that it wasn't. It was being mandated by the government, and that's where I think that the conflict lies. It is absolutely great if it's driven by the private sector, but the problem comes when it's the government dictating the rules and picking winners and losers. And I think that's where there's a discrepancy and probably a difference in...
But we've now seen these organizations that have been created to go after corporations that have quote-unquote woke policies. Right? Your policies are your policies if you're the private sector. You know, we can have different opinions on it, but if you believe that it's going to help you to, again, have a diverse workforce, if you want to push different equity measures within your business, that's your business.
But isn't it interesting, can I, on this point, isn't it interesting, you know, blue states for a very long time, Democrat majority states, pushed businesses in all sorts of ways on all sorts of issues. And the expectation was that Republicans would never push companies on anything because they were it's supposed to be, you know, believing in a free market, companies should be able to do whatever they want. And all of a sudden, the whole thing has been reversed, right? Do you think that this is in reaction to blue states in some ways going too far? And I'm thinking, when I say blue states, pension funds and others who really push companies into doing things that then there's been this pushback on the other end.
We like to put everything in a box. It makes it easier when you talk about it to have red states and blue states. And certainly on the federal level, sometimes in Congress you see that. But I think the running of states is much more complicated than that. And I think there's a lot more nuances between approaches of governors from the same party. It may be Southern governors have some different approaches. And so I just really encourage you to get to know your governor and where they are. I don't describe myself as liberal or conservative. I describe myself as pragmatic, because as a governor, you have to get results. Right? We need more and better jobs for our people. We need more accessible and affordable health care for our people. We need good, safe roads for our businesses and for our people. We both want our communities to be as safe for our people. And so when you look at those day-to-day, and I think non-political results that we have to secure, even if we go about it differently, it just it doesn't break down the same way.
We're going to run out of time, but I just want to, on a practical level, and Governor Sanders, you didn't sell this, which I thought you were going to, because it's actually the reason I would move to Arkansas, which is she has started a pilot program to address phone use in schools and to effectively keep phones out of schools throughout the day. Just tell us what's going on with that, because I know you did a panel yesterday with Jonathan Haidt, but I'm fascinated by that, and I think that may be reason enough to live there for my children.
Well, great. We're glad to hear that you're moving to Arkansas. If you take nothing away, I hope everybody heard that you're relocating. Look, as a parent, and I'm sure you're experiencing this as well with teenage kids, one of the biggest points of contention that we have at our house every single night is over phones and social media and connectivity. One of the things that we have seen that no one is immune to, Republican, Democrat, U.S. or Europe, is the mental health crisis that is plaguing young people in every single community. And one of the things that we know is that is directly contributing to that is the constant overuse and accessibility of smartphones and social media. And I think one of the things that we have to talk about and certainly bring a lot more awareness to is what we're seeing in the trends lines. Anxiety, depression, suicide rates are skyrocketing. Not a good thing. And we know that a lot of that is driven in part by that constant accessibility. And so looking for ways that we can help kids take some of that pressure away, also focus more in the classroom, and take away some of those distractions has been very successful in our state. We started a pilot program where we asked schools to voluntarily participate in going phone-free. Within the first 6 weeks, 75% of the school districts in our state voluntarily chose to participate. Within the first couple of months, we were tracking progress because I think proof of concept and data is really important. We saw a 51% decrease in the number of students that had drug use in the schools that went phone-free, 57% drop in verbal and physical altercations and problems in the classroom where they went phone-free. So we're seeing the positive impacts, and we know that the negative impacts are there. And so I think it's a really important topic that we can't ignore and that states can take on a bigger role to address.
We are out of time, folks, and President Trump is going to be speaking very shortly. I know you want to go see that. If he does not succeed in ending TikTok, she might. So we want to thank both governors for a great conversation. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best first name in the business.
Best first name in the business. Thank you.
Mr. President,
hello.
What great honor, and pleasure to welcome you back to the Davos community. Just 4 days into your new mandate, we highly appreciate your presence with us today. We wish you all the best as you take on your critical work ahead. The global challenges we face today are monumental. The importance of American leadership and your personal leadership in this regard is fundamental and paramount. We are here to hear your vision and policies related to revitalizing the economy and addressing the global challenges. As you might expect, Mr. President, your return to office and your forthcoming policies have been at the focus of our discussions this week. The discussions among 3,000 political and business leaders from over 130 countries who came together here in Davos. We look forward to hearing first from you and then to the follow-up discussion with business leaders moderated by my colleague Børge Brende. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Klaus, and hello to everyone in beautiful Davos. This has been a truly historic week in the United States. 3 days ago, I took the oath of office, and we began the golden age of America. The recent presidential election was won by millions of votes, and all 7, every one of them, all 7 swing states. It was a massive mandate from the American people like hasn't been seen in many years, and some of the political pundits, even some of my so-called enemies, said it was the most consequential election victory in 129 years. That's quite nice. What the world has witnessed in the past 72 hours is nothing less than a revolution of common sense. Our country will soon be stronger, wealthier, and more united than ever before, and the entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do. My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country. This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life.
I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and that's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already Americans' economic, you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America. But I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which, frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent, for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over, the progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election. one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with are happy because they understand what there is a future and how great the future will be. Under our leadership, America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border, immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation once again. It's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress. We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another historic executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely. Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been years ago. It was only at 2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us, as I think most of the people in the room know. Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup, and I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think, and I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be 3 big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see. And the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop, but we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience, and I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So we also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most distinguished business people in the world. Let me start with someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you in Florida. Mr. Steve Schwarzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone Group. So, Steve, floor is yours.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this speech today. You've had the busiest 4 days that anybody can imagine, and congratulations for that. My question is about some of the things I've observed here at Davos. It's a terrific forum. I've met lots of people, as usual. I think I've been here 30 years. And a lot of the European business people have expressed enormous frustration with the regulatory regime in the EU. And they attribute slower growth rates here because of numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine, but on a great career. You have had an amazing career, and it continues. I just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU, because you mentioned specifically that I have also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years, and know them well, like them a lot, but they're very frustrated because of the time everything seems to take to get approved, environmental impact statements for things that you shouldn't even have to do that, and many, many other ways that it takes. And I'm going to give you a quick little example. In the private life, my beautiful private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a nice, simple life. You knew that. But when I had that simple life, I did projects. And I had a big project in Ireland. And it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week. And it was a very, very, very efficient, good approval. And they informed me, though, the problem is you're going to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And I said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice, and it would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up. And basically, it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem. And I didn't even bother applying to do it. Or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense, a lot of people are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our cars, yet they send cars to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do. Like, for instance, I think they actually, in terms of these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad, and they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the EU, great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one. And they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline, one of the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, sir, could you help us? What? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair. I said, how does it compare to China? He said, it's much worse. And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 billion from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some very big complaints with the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll now go to one of your friends in the EU, Patrick Pouyanné. He's the chairman CEO of Total Energies. I guess you have a question ready, Patrick, for the president.
Mr. President, as we understand, energy is at the top of your agenda, and it's an honor for me to represent the energy industry tonight. In this panel, Total Energies is indeed the fourth largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more. And our company is the largest #1 exporter LNG from the US company. We are a strong contributor to, and we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion. It's far from 200, but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe, as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on these projects. I would ask you the following question. What are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for Europe, would you agree to guarantee security of supply of US LNG to Europe?
Well, on the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first term, one of the first things I looked at was there were two very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12 billion and I think 14 or 15 billion, but they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, so ridiculous. I know so much about that because in the construction industry, I had to go through it too, but I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects, and you're talking about a total investment of 25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in less than a week. It was done, completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved and another country and some very big investors, they couldn't believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants, because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world, but the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with one. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to give very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plants, talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities. They are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it, because it's a very competitive, it'll be very competitive with China and others. So I'm going to give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible. It wasn't that they were not smart, because they're the smartest. But I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building, connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup, good, clean coal, If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work, there are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term basis and use our very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about, but nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape, but coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. And we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't have to worry about anything. And we're going to get very rapid approvals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We'll now go to another CEO that you know very well, Brian Moynihan, the CEO and Chair of Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and congratulations and obviously an eventful week for you and your family. If you remember 5 years ago, you came here and we walked among 150 CEOs from all over the world and you engaged with them about your policies and your procedures. This year you're not here, and yet this week was eventful from the orders that you mentioned earlier, literally a wave of orders coming out on immigration, on trade, and many other matters. And so as a representative of the United States here, we got a lot of questions about what does all this mean and how would the President square this with his clear focus on growth, prosperity, market growth, stock market growth, a good bond market, and bringing down prices. So how do you think about the impact of all these orders and how fast they come out and how you're going to balance them with that scorecard of being successful in both continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation, and also having a good stock price appreciation for the American citizen?
Well, I think it's going to actually bring down inflation. It's going to bring up jobs. We're going to have a lot of jobs. We're going to have a lot of companies moving in. You know, Brian, we're at 21%. It was at 40%, and I got it down to 21%, the corporate tax. And it was actually, if you look at state and city, it was in many cases much higher than 40%. I got it down to 21%. And now we're going to bring it down from 21 to 15% if, there's a big if you make your product in the U.S. So we're going to have the lowest, just about the lowest rate. It'll be, the 21 is on the low side worldwide. The 15 is about as low as it gets. And by far the lowest of a large country, a large, you know, rich, powerful country by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the one-year deduction where we deduct, you know, we did that originally, and that was amazing what the impact that had, the one-year deduction, which built up over a period of time, and then it expires. But we're going to go back to that when we do the renewal of the Trump tax plan. We have to get Democrats to approve it. But, you know, if the Democrats didn't approve it, I don't know how they can survive with about a 45% tax increase, because that's what it would be. And so I think they're going to do. We've been working along with them pretty well. I think it's very hard for a political group to say, let's charge people 45% more. So I think we're in good shape. But we're actually doing a reduction for business and small businesses where you're going to bring it down to 15%, which is really something. And by the way, speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job, but I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives, because many conservatives complain that the banks are not allowing them to do business within the bank. And that included a place called Bank of America. They don't take conservative business. And I don't know if the regulators mandated that because of Biden or what, but you and Jamie and everybody, I hope you're going to open your banks to conservatives, because what you're doing is wrong.
Mr. President, I'll say that your friend Gianni said hello, told me to tell you hello, and we look forward to sponsoring the World Cup when it comes, both this summer for the club and next year. So thank you for getting that for the United States.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go to Ana Butin. She's the Executive Chairman of Banco Santander, one of the big European banks, and also in the U.S. So, Ana.
Mr. President, congratulations on a historic victory. I believe you don't know me as well as my fellow panelists, so a few words. Santander is one of the largest banks in the world by number of customers, 170 million. That's more than my friend Brian or my friend Jamie have. And those...
They fixed the regulation.
That's coming, that's coming.
That was cheeky.
We're a big investor in the United States. We have many million customers, 12,000 employees. We're one of the largest auto lenders, and we recently launched a fully digital bank called Open Bank. We strongly believe banks have a pivotal role in the economy, and we can accelerate growth and help many more customers. That's what we're doing in the United States. So, as Brian pointed out, we very much welcome your focus on deregulation and reducing bureaucracy. So my question is, what are your priorities in this regard, and how fast is this going to happen? Thank you very much.
I think it's going to, thank you and congratulations. I know very much about your bank, and you've done a fantastic job. Congratulations. We are going to move very quickly. We've moved very quickly. We've done things in the last 3 days that nobody thought were possible to do in years. And it's all taking effect. It's going to have a huge impact on the economy, a huge positive impact. Money was being wasted on crazy things. I mean, the Green New Deal was such a total disgrace, how that was perpetrated. And it was conceived of by people that were average students, less than average students, I might add, and never even took a course in energy or the environment. It was just a game. Remember, the world was going to end in 12 years? Remember that? Well, the 12 years has come and gone. It was going to end. It was going to all foam into earth. But, you know, the time has come. These people, and they really scared the Democrats large. I can't say the Republicans. The Republicans maybe could have fought harder to stop it, but it's been a tremendous waste of money. You know, during my 4 years, we had the cleanest air, we had the cleanest water, and yet we had the most productive economy in the history of our country. We had the most productive economy. Until COVID came, we had the most productive in the history of our country by far. And actually, you could look worldwide. We were beating everybody from China to everybody else. So, and we think we really now, with what we have learned and all of the other things that have taken place, we think we can even far surpass that, actually far, far surpass it. But we do, one thing we're going to be demanding is we're going to be demanding respect from other nations. Canada, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years. And it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need their oil and gas. We have more than anybody. So, you know, just as an example, with Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, you know, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations, because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame this on us, and I blame it on politicians that, for some reason, mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say other reasons, but mostly stupidity. They've allowed other nations to take advantage of the U.S., and we can't allow that to happen anymore. You know, we have debt. It's a very small debt when you compare it to the value of the assets that we have, but we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us, allies and beyond allies. One thing very important, I really would like to be able to meet with President Putin soon and get that war ended. And that's not from the standpoint of economy or anything else. It's from the standpoint of millions of lives are being wasted. Beautiful young people are being shot in the battlefield. You know, the bullet, very flat land, as I said, and the bullet goes, there's no hiding. And a bullet, the only thing going to stop the bullet is a human body. And you have to see, I've seen pictures of what's taken place. It's a carnage, and we really have to stop that war. That war is horrible. And I'm not talking economy. I'm not talking economics. I'm not talking about natural resource. I'm just talking about There's so many young people being killed in this war, and that's not including the people that have been killed as the cities are being, knocked down building by building. So we really should get that stopped. Likewise, in the Middle East, I think we've made a lot of progress in the Middle East, and I think that's gonna come along pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that the most consequential relationship in the world is between the U.S. and China. U.S. 28% of the global economy, China close to 20. That's almost half of the global GDP. And we know that you called President Xi Jinping last Friday. We heard that you had a good discussion. How do you see the relationship between the U.S. and China in the next 4 years under your leadership?
He called me, but I see it very good. I think that we're going to have a very good relationship. All we want is fairness. We just want a level playing field. We don't want to take advantage. We've been having massive deficits with China. Biden allowed it to get out of hand. He's $1.1 trillion deficit. It's ridiculous. And it's just an unfair relationship. And we have to make it just fair. We don't have to make it phenomenal. We have to make it a fair relationship. Right now, it's not a fair relationship. The deficit is massive, as it is with other countries, a lot of Asian countries, actually. But we have deficits that are very big, and we can't keep doing that. So we're not going to keep doing that. But I like President Xi very much. I've always liked him. We always had a very good relationship. It was very strained with COVID coming out of Wuhan. Obviously, that strained it. I'm sure it strained it with a lot of people, but that strained our relationship. But we always had a great relationship, I would say, and we look forward to doing very well with China and getting along with China. Hopefully, China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have a great deal of power over that situation, and we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi. And hopefully we could work together and get that stopped. We'd like to see denuclearization. In fact, with President Putin prior to an election result, which was frankly ridiculous, we were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China would have come along. China has a much smaller right now nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on nuclear. And I think the rest of the world, we would have gotten them to follow. And China would have come along, too. China also liked it. Tremendous amounts of money are being spent on nuclear. And the destructive capability is something that we don't even want to talk about today because you don't want to hear it. It's too depressing. So we want to see if we can denuclearize, and I think that's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin wanted to do it. He and I wanted to do it. We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet.
Mr. President, when you're back here in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started during there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have. Now you have all these bombed out cities. They look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. But far, far more people have died. When you look at a city that's become a demolition site where big buildings have been collapsed by missiles hitting them and everything else, and they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed. Those are big buildings. I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings, and they were knocked down, and there were a lot of people in those buildings. That announced that 2 people were injured. That's not true. So I think you're going to find that there were many more people killed in Ukraine in the Ukraine war than anybody has any idea. But if you look now, so many of the people being killed are soldiers just facing each other with guns, rifles, and drones, the new form of warfare, drones. And it's a very sad thing to see. And when you see pictures of the fields that I see, nobody wants to see it. You'll never be the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, on behalf of all the 3,000 participants here in Davos. We really underline that joining us the 3rd day in your presidency, live taking questions here is so appreciated, and we are already ready for receiving you next year in person. So thank you very much, and all the best from Davos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to say that. I mean, I've got